No disrespect to all the car salesmen, because we have to have car salesmen to buy cars, right?
Absolutely. You better know your crap about the cars, too, when
Well,
you're talking about them.
But then again, there's the internet, and now you get cars delivered to your house. Now, the thing that I wonder about that is like Carvana and all those people that deliver cars to your house after you look at them on the internet without the real need for a salesperson. Like, it almost seems like that timed out perfectly with the COVID thing.
I tell you what, those
It seemed weird, but maybe it's just me. I don't know.
I was looking for my car for over a year, and so I went through every facet of internet that you could think of, because I got the green light from my wife to get one, so I went through everywhere.
Another reason why I like Tim, because he consults his wife before every major purchase, because he doesn't want to sleep on the couch.
Or in it, whatever I purchase. Right?
Copy that. If it's a motorhome, it's not a big deal.
Right, but it's not. It'll sleep one not very comfortably. So, I went through the whole Carvana thing. I don't know about you, but I love the personal interaction with a dealer. I'd much rather have that than do, a sight unseen. And I need to touch it, feel it, smell it, drive it.
I have to drive it first.
How about driving it? Yeah.
Well, okay.
I mean, if it's a Honda Accord or something like that, you already know or a Toyota Camry, it's already been plunked out of a vending machine, and you know what it is.
I'll give you a true story. This is not a word of a lie. So, I'm looking for a new car because the car I just bought 2 years prior, my dogs wouldn't ride in.
It's a Ford!
No. Nice little Toyota hatchback thing. Dogs wouldn't ride in it. They liked the truck better. So then I was like, okay, if I'm going to use the truck to haul the dogs, I'm going to buy a car for me.
Good. What'd you get?
So I first look at the Camaro, and because I'm, 5'5" and can't see out of it, probably decided it wasn't a good idea. One of my best customers has a Hellcat Challenger. He says, doors open, climb in. So I get behind the driver's seat, and immediately I decide, yeah, this is too expensive. But I could see out of it.
But you could see out of it. See, now I haven't driven one, so they look like a little chop top on it.
And so then I talked to a buddy who was working for Sunset Chevrolet at the time. He now switched to Sunset Ford, I found out last week. But he told me he was moving to a different dealership, just didn't tell me where. And we were talking about the exact thing I'm telling you, and he goes, dude, we have 2 really nice Mustangs here. You should come check it out.
They've only been on the sidewalk once.
No. So I'm going to get to your story in a second. So I go down there the first time, look at the car, and fall in love with it, mainly because of the color. It's called Ruby Red. It's really pretty. So I sit in it. I can see out of it. Didn't have time to drive it that day. Nope. Go back 2 days later, call the salesman. Hey, yeah, I'm going to come down. If you still have it, I'll come down there and we'll talk. So I go down there 2 days later, look at the car closer. Don't drive it. Say, I'll take it. He goes, you're not going to drive it? No.
Wow.
So it's an EcoBoost, turbo 4-cylinder thing. Nice little car. My credit goes through like I knew it would. Everything gets all finalized in less than an hour. It was kind of amazing.
Nice.
And then he goes, you don't want to take it now. We got to detail it first. You want me to come back in the morning? Yeah. Do you want to drive it before? No, I don't.
I would lose my mind.
At 8 o'clock the next morning, right when they open, it's sitting out front, right, on the prime spot in front row. Throws me the keys. I start it. It's got a push button start, which I thought was cool too.
Right.
Just because it's, like an easy button.
Yep.
Press the button, it starts. I put it in drive, which is kind of weird because it's the first non-stick car I've had in 20 plus years.
Wow. Okay.
So my left leg didn't know exactly what to do.
Fumbled around all over the place.
So I put it in drive. I pull out to the edge of the dealership to turn right onto the main street in Sumner. I think it's Traffic Avenue.
Yep.
And hit the brakes once and dang near threw myself through the windshield.
Brakes are nice.
I learned then that next time I buy a car, I'm going to drive it first so I at least know how the brakes work, for God's sake.
Was that your clutch foot that jumped up there and grabbed
No,
hold of
it was my right foot.
So yeah, so cars, I love cars. And like I said, searching for over a year to find the right car I needed to have. But it was the experience of it, now that you got it, and I love it. I try to use every excuse to go drive it. It's like,
Well, I guess the 15-minute warning is now over. If you're through tech and you're a car club participant or person, you should be in the staging lanes right now. A lot of you are, it appears. If you're back in tech and just finishing things up, hustle. We're about ready to get underway with Car Club, and I'll go ahead and remind the juniors that they will follow Car Club. Car Club gets one-timed run, juniors get one-timed run. Then we go to Test and Tune, to be immediately followed by West Coast Grudge, or something like that.
That would be Tim's guys.
Right, Tim's people.
I brought them all. They actually all followed me. Actually, I just blew past them at the gate to get in.
You're like the Pied Piper of West Coast Grudge? Is that the thing?
I am. I took the hat off and I left the hat in the car. But yes, in my little pipe and everything.
So I never met Tim before today. I'm getting my official shirt on, getting all my junk out of my truck. Down the little dirt road behind the tower here comes this Jag. And I'm thinking,
Wrong British car.
it's
a Bentley.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Pardon me, it's a Bentley.
Oh, let me shake your hand.
Well, so then I'm thinking to myself, because I thought it was a Jag, who drives a Jag to the drag strip?
Tim.
Not me.
Right, it's a Bentley, for God's sake.
That was why I searched for a whole year to find the right car. Yeah, so being a huge car guy, I wanted something with some poop, and it's got some poop. It's got over 600 horsepower. It'll do over 200 miles an hour, and it's got massaging, air-conditioned,
I don't think I want to know the rest.
It is unbelievable.
I kind of like the massage part.
Oh, it's fantastic.
All right, Car Club drivers, load up.
And
Let's do this.
Where do you take it to have it serviced? That's the question.
Well, funny enough, being a car guy for so long, I had a parking light go out on it. Okay, so this will give you a little history on what these silly things are about. Parking light go on it. Well, dealership wants $1,800 to change the light because you have to take the front bumper off and the fender to get to it.
Well, that sounds neat.
Isn't that neat? But then if you have a very petite wife, that's it. If you want to, what kind of car is it? It's a Chevy with Holden badges on it. It's a Chevy SS.
John Chris, Tower Side. And Brandon West over in the right lane.
See? Threw me off. That's what
Canadian automaker, correct? Australia. Yeah, thank you.
Bryden West, right lane. Tower Side, it's Ben White. Oh, I've been corrected. It's been changed on my reader board. It's Ben White.
See, even the track crew buzzed up to the tower and said, hey, what kind of car is that in the left lane? And yes, it's a Chevy SS that he took the badges off, and he'd rather have a lion badge than a bow tie. Is exactly what he told me.
Sounds like a fair trade.
You mean he's lying?
Through his teeth. Front and
In a
back
way.
of that car.
In a way, he is lying.
They're staging up. I'll let you guys do this part. I'll keep this up.
Well, there's the first red light of the night over in the right-hand lane. Goes red by 600ths of a second.
We're off to a roaring start. It's the first pair.
He was kind of eager, wasn't he? Goes 1230, 114 miles an hour, Tower Side. The Chevy with the false badging goes 1277 at 115 miles an hour.
That's kind of a bad word, false. It's like the word no. Might be the next word that might be bad rather than false is fake. All right, Car Club, if you are just getting through tech, you better hustle. We're running you now.
This is your one and only time trial.
Former Car Club Challenge champ and Kevin Roy in the dart.
He's out of Graham. I know somebody else out of Graham.
Gramopolis? Yeah. In a country far, far away. Like I always say, all the cool kids live in Graham.
I was referring to you, Stephen. Well, the better lights, Greg Smith cuts an 04 over in the right lane.
All right, Cornwell Tools Juniors, lane 6. Your one and only qualifying session.
So Michael Webster, Tower Side, he's out at Tacoma in a Hellcat. Does that mean it's fast, Steve?
Yeah, it's a $100,000 car.
It runs 1141, 121 miles an hour. Did you notice the haze down track?
Yeah.
I think that's Canadian smoke.
Well, literally Oregon is burning, parts of Washington are burning, and a lot of British Columbia is burning. So the smoke doesn't surprise me. And again, I know it's warm out there. If you're thirsty, free water is available at the concession stand for your convenience. Stay hydrated, people. It's going to be warm the next couple of days. All right, Michael Cox goes 1320 at 103 miles an hour in his Camaro over on the Cornwell Tools side of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Tim Rohde was 1287 in ET at 103 miles an hour. By the way, Tim had the better reaction time, 032 to Mike's 065.
Scott Christensen, Tower Side. I'll let you handle the right-hand lane, Steve.
Rick Weatherington promptly draws the red light because Ray wouldn't announce his name.
I couldn't announce his name.
However, Weatherington does have the quicker car. The Corvette goes 1197 at 120 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Scott Christensen, 1196 at 112 miles an hour.
Dave Collins, Tower Side, he's out of Bonnie Lake. Ken Nyland, he's over in the right lane, he's out of Puyallup. He calls Puyallup home.
A lot of people pronounce Puyallup differently. Puyallup, Puyallup, Puyallup.
Well, when I first moved here with my New York accent, you can imagine how it sounded.
My niece, who was 4 years old at the time, used to call it Puyallup. We go to the Puyallup Fair, Uncle Steve?
Collins goes 1244, 110 miles an hour. Nyland goes 1150 to 120.
Now, gentlemen, if you could educate me on the car club, what is the kind of like the prerequisite for signing up for a car club?
So typically, if you sign up and go through Tech for Car Club, the way they do it is the Mopars are a group, the GM guys are a group, and the Fords are a group. And so it's the Car Club Challenge kind of deal.
Gotcha. So it could be any GM car in the GM group running and it doesn't, it just has to be a factory car. Can it be built to whatever nth degree they want to?
Yeah, it's Car Club. It doesn't, if you have a fast Car Club car, you got to have all the safety gear.
Gotcha. But there's no restrictions on how much
Well,
you can build it.
there are. It has to basically be a street car. You can't bring a full-on race car and race in car club.
Okay. Yeah. Like
What
a
I meant by
full
follow
chassis.
the rules is if it runs in the 11s, you got to have a helmet kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's good info for guys like me that don't know. See, and I'm coming here
I
kind of cool.
I feel like if I paid your entry fee, your Bentley should be in car club.
I think I'd be the
Because
only
you'd be a
one.
man without a group, right?
I
We
would
don't
be.
have a lane for Bentley.
No, we don't.
No, it's called the Grey Poupon Lane.
All right, Cornwell Tools Juniors. Hope you're in lane 6. You're coming up shortly.
Well, some of them are. I see them coming now.
So, to give you kind of the heads up, this is going to be kind of a fun night. For the Cornwell Tools Junior program, no points are involved tonight. I misspoke earlier. They're going to just have a cash bash tonight. So that's kind of cool. It's kind of different. Not something we normally do. But hey, it's late August at Pacific Raceways. We don't normally race golf carts either, and we're doing that tonight. All right, so talk about former track champs. How about Scott Loosely versus Sean Langley? You're kind of a geography nut. Sean Langley is named after a town in Canada. Lyndon is near the Canadian border. It's kind of weird.
And Loosely cuts a perfect light.
So here's the next question. Seeing as how it's a perfect light, we can't give away any decals for that because it's not an A Street thing, right? Since you're the keeper of the perfect light decals and all, I'll let you make the rules too.
You know, I was going to talk to Rob Gillette about that, but I'm going to make a decision right now. Loosely, bring your time slip up to the tower. We'll give you a perfect light award.
There you go. Ray has spoken. As the keeper of the decals, he doesn't trust anybody else. That's fact. It's not a word of a lie this time. He doesn't even trust me. You can't trust your favorite short fat kid. Who the hell can you trust? Speaking of, well, he's not really fat, but he's short. Kenny Olyde O'Keefe. We have this argument almost yearly, at least 2 or 3 times, on who is taller. It's still me, Kenny. Still me. 12:24 for Kenny Olyde O'Keefe. All right, car club is complete. Their time trial session is finito. Going to juniors, presented by Cornwell Tools. I know we've been talking a little bit about the junior cash bash. You want to jump into that? It's $40 and you can pay it at the pro shop. So junior drivers who have been on the fence, wondering whether or not you should jump into the junior cash bash, it'll cost you $40. But think about it: at $40 a driver, guess, you know, yeah, 10, at least 10 or 12 cars. That's a little bit of loot and a good opportunity to do a little practice, right? Because tomorrow's the big day.
Tomorrow's the Mark Lyle Day.
I did a little bit of research and asked people who should know such things if tomorrow's Mark Lyle Invitational is the richest junior race on the West Coast at $5,000 in payout. Everybody I spoke with said, I think so. So they pretty much backed up what I thought, because when I first heard word that they were going to award $5,000, I thought to myself, well, is that cash and prizes worth $5,000? No, $5,000 in prize money, guaranteed tomorrow. The richest junior drag racing purse on the entire West Coast.
I would almost go and say the entire country. Oh, I've been told I'm wrong.
All right, here we go. Cornwell Tools Jr. Cash Bash qualifying. I don't think I've ever said that before.
Heck no. I'm going to let you pronounce the name on the right. I'll take Jasper Webster, Tower Side. He's out of Covington.
Emma E. Squardo. The Y is kind of silent, sort of.
Good job, Steve.
That's why they pay me the small bucks. First time this year I actually got a paycheck today. So Jasper Webster, my little buddy, I didn't get a chance to talk to him tonight, but he's not even 4 foot tall. Checks on Emma E. Squardo, part of the Racing E. Squardo family. 2.5 drivers. His dad races sometimes.
Jasper goes at 12:11, 51 miles an hour. Emma goes 11:73 at 54 miles an hour.
Jasper had the better reaction time of the pair, but in junior qualifying, they qualify based on their reaction times, and there's a lot of room near the top. Let's just put it that way.
And here comes Abigail Cole, Tower Side out of Auburn. She's on the Tower Side. Grayson Gandy from Tacoma, right-hand lane.
Not surprised to see Grayson Gandy here. Loves racing his car, and this is a new car for him, actually. And how about Abby Cole, or Abigail Cole, more correctly? Not only is she a great junior driver, she plays the piano and knows karate.
I was just going to say that. And sells first aid kits.
Yeah, of which I have too. All right, both drivers trying to stage very carefully. Abigail Cole first in, followed by Grayson Gandy. And now they're ready. 3 counts down and red light for Abigail Cole. 3:98 reaction time for Grayson Gandy.
Abby was gone for first place, wasn't she?
Oh yeah, 019 red. It was close to green.
Test and tune, if you're paying attention. Lanes 1 and 2, come on down. Test and tune, lanes 1 and 2.
I've had the privilege of spending a little time with the Froud family here in the last couple of months. They're always nice to invite me out to their new place for dinner. Learned a little bit about the girls and how much fun they have racing in juniors. At least Katie has fun. Her little sister will be joining the junior fray next year.
Beats me to believe she's only 4 right now. Next year she'll be
She's
5.
actually 6, but sometimes they don't start right at the beginning.
Oh,
you know what I
okay.
mean? So
Which makes more sense.
we had a little fun during dinner one night, and I told Katie Froud that I would pronounce her name this way. So it's Katie Froud. Becomes all right, Katie and Coda Tobel, 2 great young junior drivers who normally race each other at Renegade Raceway. But remember, it's a junior cash bash tonight and the Mark Lyle Invitational tomorrow with $5,000 in prize money guaranteed. Not surprised to see KT and Coda involved in the game, because heck, if I could drive a junior and it was legal to compete in the junior program, I'd be here for $5,000, baby. Let me tell you.
Have you ever driven a junior dragster across the mountains?
I would never try that. I probably wouldn't make it over Highway 18. Not sure I'd even make it to the first exit to I-90. All right, test and tune drivers, lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune. We need you to lanes 1 and 2 if you're ready. Test and tune drivers. If you've been through tech, we need you now.
We're waiting.
Little Rayleigh Higgins and Jazzy Bean. The K&D Auto Works junior ride in the right lane on the Cornwell Tools side of things. Ready to take on the Hello Kitty 3 car of Rayleigh Higgins. Now, unfortunately for Rayleigh, an 020 red light will put her at the bottom of the qualifying order. Meanwhile, Jazzy Bean with that 073 is near the top. So, Ray, you informed me earlier this week that there may be the return of a match race of some kind.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
Apparently, Kim Webster approached Ray earlier in the week and said, hey, remember a couple of years ago when you and Stevie raced in the juniors? And your reply was?
Yes.
And then what'd she say?
Then she says, will you do it again tomorrow? Or for the Mark Lyle race is what she meant.
And I said to Ray, when he called and told me, hey, Kim says we got to race each other again. I'm like, well, my hip's been bothering me, and I'm not sure I can swing my short little legs over the side of that thing. So, we'll see how it goes tomorrow, how I feel. But if I can't do it,
we have a backup plan.
We have a backup plan. And no, it's not Tim. I saw the panic in his eyes. Same panic I saw when he bought his Bentley and saw the sticker price. All right, once again, Test and Tune drivers. If you signed up for Test and Tune, lanes 1 and 2, we'll run the Test and Tune group for about 20 minutes or so, as soon as the junior program is complete here in a minute. And then we'll go to West Coast Grudge. And that'll mean Ray and I can take a break.
Heck yeah. We have a professional Grudge announcer here tonight.
Yeah, better him than me.
Yeah.
And gentlemen, I just got an update too. The first Test and Tune was moved from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. For the Mob 275 and the big tire. So Mob 275, of course, running a 275 rear tire, and then run the big meets from another group of racers.
I'd rather call them big meets than big tire, actually.
I like it better. But anyway, the Mob 275, Test and Tune, and big tire are kicking off at 7 instead of 6. So 7 o'clock, that's when we're going to run our Mob 275 and our big tire.
You know, I haven't made this announcement yet tonight.
Uh-oh.
On the 22nd of August, Dallas Glenn is going to be here. Dallas Glenn's going to be here to sign autographs and do some racing. He's going to bracket race. If you want to bracket race a Pro Stock guy, come on down.
I had no idea that's what was happening because you just informed me that today when I got here. And he's going to race Aaron Strong? Are they going to match race?
No, he's going to bracket race. And I don't know whose car he's going to use, but he's going to bracket race on the 22nd. That would be Dallas
cool.
Glenn.
By the way, did you know that Dallas Glenn's official Pro Stock race gear, like sweatshirts, t-shirts, that kind of thing?
He's going to autograph them.
Well, they're available in the Pro Shop tonight.
Oh, but I bet they're not autographed yet.
No, you'll have to wait till the 22nd.
That's right.
Natalie Erickson from Mercer Island. At 13 years old, just went 8:04 in the 8th mile at 80 miles an hour with a 1:49 reaction time. Zach Minor from Federal Way was 12:53 at the 8th mile and just over 51 miles an hour. All right, Sierra Wynn. Drive across the mountains to race for a part of $5,000 in prize money and have a little fun tonight in the cash bag. I like it.
Sierra is from Sela, which is outskirts of Yakima.
Yeah, basically just outside of Yakima. I'm almost certain that Sierra and her mom and the entire family will be at the ET Finals in a couple of weeks at Woodburn.
You going to Woodburn?
Yeah.
I've been told I'm going to Woodburn.
You already got a room, too. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that I had a room until yesterday.
Well, you always have a room.
Not always.
Oh, NHRA pays for your room.
Sometime. All right. Ben Fowler, Sierra Wynn.
That would be Benjamin.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You want to be official, yeah. Wow, how about Benjamin Fowler? 019 reaction time. Well done, sir.
I would guess that's going to be first place.
Hey, by the way, I know it's a little muggy out and rather warm. If you feel the need for free hydration, ice cold bottled water is available at the concession stand for free. All right, looks like Test and Tune has assembled themselves in lanes 1 and 2. So Test and Tune, we do need you now.
So we're looking for Test and Tune. Still looking for Test and Tune to lanes 1 and 2. Well, that Pontiac Tempest is really scooting, cuts an 0-2 in the starting line. He's going to get to the finish line too. First with a 976, 139 miles an hour. Tower Side gets a 1181, 136 miles an hour. Brings up a Pontiac Firebird here in the Tower Side. A little pickup truck in the right lane.
That would be a Chevrolet Camaro, sir. Not a Firebird, but hey.
You sure that's not a Bentley?
Yeah, I know. I never see a Bentley. I see lots of Firebirds and Camaros.
I've never seen a Bentley in a pits here at Pacific Raceways in my entire life until tonight.
That makes two of us.
No spitting your gum out on it.
All right, test and tune. Lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. Test and tune. Lanes 1, 2, and 3. And by the way, for those of you that are involved in West Coast Grudge, your qualifying session has been moved to 7 o'clock.
Go ahead.
For those of you looking for junior time slips, they're available in the pro shop.
I'll bet Tower Lane gets there first, 995, only 118 at 995.
Yeah, but you missed the wheel stand from the little blazer, Ray.
Oh,
that was kind of cool.
Did he scare himself?
No, I mean, it wasn't giant, but he carried him for a little ways.
I see smoke at the top end.
Yep, very good. Check it out. Yep, we'll check it.
I love this Pacific Raceways crew. As soon as you see that least little hint of anything that would be down on the track, these guys jump and run, like immediately. Pretty sure he didn't have a campfire down at the end of it. He wasn't there long enough to get it started. It's a little on the blue side, so what does that tell you? Might be a little bit of oil.
So once again, test and tune. You want to make another run, test and tune. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune. Come on back around. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but even I, without my glasses on, can see the shiny little stripe in the right-hand lane, and it's not a little stripe, really.
Yeah, not the smoke is cleared. That stripe is really visible.
So we'll be on hold for a little bit. If you waited until now to decide you needed to go get a couple bottles of free water from the
Now's the
concession
time.
stand, I might suggest that you add chicken strips and fries or a hamburger to that dinner menu.
I had that cheesesteak down there, and it was stinking phenomenal. It was really good.
With nacho cheese sauce.
You bet you're a fanny. Yeah, it was good stuff, man. I'd go down there and get another one if it wasn't such a walk.
Only a guy that drives a Bentley can afford one.
Well, you notice I didn't eat it in the car.
Yeah, right?
I wouldn't eat anything in that car either.
Only gum. That's the only thing you can. Willie.
Okay, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Once this oil down is cleaned up, we're going to go back to Car Club. That'll be lanes 3, 4, and 5. So stand by. We're not calling you just yet, but pay attention, Car Club. You're up next.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 7 o'clock for our West Coast Grudge. So that's 7 o'clock time for our West Coast Grudge coming up. It has been pushed back from 6 o'clock. So we are running 7 o'clock for our West Coast Grudge. West Coast Grudge, West Coast Grudge. We're going to have you in lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for West Coast Grudge when you come up. And we're going to be raging down the track at 7 o'clock.
All right, Car Club. Heads up, we need you in the staging lanes. We're about 3 minutes away from resuming activity. So Car Club challenge, guys and gals. Head this way, please. I don't know, it was off. He was signaling like, was it? I turned it down. It was off. I turned it down too far. It was weird. I'll say, that would have been me.
Your mic's still on.
My mic is not on.
The West Coast Grudge, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for our West Coast Grudge at 7 o'clock.
Car Club, 3, 4, and 5, please. Car Club, 3, 4, and 5, please. I stand corrected. So just a heads up to the Car Club drivers, this is another time trial for you. It is not first round. So once again, Car Club, lanes 3, 4, and 5. And this is another time trial for you, not first round of eliminations. So just a heads up to those of you that are in the Junior Cash Bash, you're going to get another shot down the racetrack too following Car Club. So stand by.
So Car Club, we're looking for you in lanes 3, 4, and 5 for your second time trial.
And again, for those of you that are here for the West Coast Grudge qualifying, last I heard it was at 7 o'clock.
And Tim is here to announce for them.
Does that mean we can have a dinner break?
Heck yeah.
Take that long, gentlemen. We're going to run through ours pretty quick. But really looking forward to this. It's been a few minutes since I've been able to be out here with all these awesome drag racing folks. And then, of course, 7 o'clock, we're going to do our West Coast Grudge. And I'm going to run through our sponsors, too. And there's a pile of them for West Coast Grudge. So I will do that when we get up into our 7 o'clock time slot.
So once again, Car Club Challenge looks like they're just about ready to go. Heads up to the drivers in the junior program for Cornwall Tools Juniors. You'll follow Car Club, so we'll be calling you shortly for another qualifying run for you. All right, 5-minute warning for Cornwall Tools Junior. Heads up, 5-minute warning. We'll call you to staging in less than 5 minutes, so stand by.
Give another huge shout out, of course, to the Pacific Raceways crew, all the guys that are down there in the on the asphalt and get it cleaned up super fast, because that was a gnarly. It looked like a bottom end blew out of something and blew oil all over the track, and they were back at it pretty daggone quick, and we're back up and running. So hats off to them, getting us all back up and going again.
This is Mike Webster. He's from Tacoma. 2017 Challenger Hellcat. To be immediately followed by another Hellcat, but this one's a wide body in the burnout box. And you thought Hellcats were serious? Wait till you see this wide body one run.
Why you look at me when you said wide body?
I don't know. I got to look at somebody, Ray. $11.33 for Mike Webster in the Challenger Hellcat. Braden goes 12:20 at 113 miles an hour. For bragging rights, Braden West had the better reaction time.
Al Brand's tower side. Is this the wide body?
Well, it's either a wide body or a demon or a combination of both.
Mike Cox over in the right lane, 94 Camaro. Well, Michael goes red.
Just be aware of that. I don't want to have to remind you every time.
Tower side goes 11, 124 miles an hour. Right-hand lane, 1320.
All right, Rick Hetherington, his Corvette, and Kevin Roy in a little Dodge Dart.
And dueling red lights.
$11.87 for the Corvette of Hetherington, and meanwhile, Kevin Roy, $13.42 for the Dart. All right, late model Charger up next. This is Erica Watt, or as I like to say, Erica Watt, and Ken Nyland in his Camaro.
Oh, much better reaction time at an island. Right-hand lane cuts an 09 with a 1. I was going to tell you what he was dialed, but this is not eliminations yet. He goes 11:52. Tower side, Miss Watt goes 12:56.
Watt.
Oh, I don't say it as well as you do.
What? All right, little 5-liter Mustang up next here, Tower side. My opinion is this version with the Fox body, the 5-liter Mustang, is really the car that started the second muscle car revolution. I mean, it was one of the few cars at the time when they were new that actually had a bunch of aftermarket magazines featuring just 5.0 Mustangs. You don't see that very often anymore. They are a popular little car, and a lot of the West Coast Grudge guys kind of like the Mustangs.
And here comes Larry DeCamp in his 69 Camaro. He's over in the right lane. Tim Rohde here in the tower side, 75 Dart. He's out of Puyallup.
Larry DeCamp has proven once again he's a force to be reckoned with. In the Car Club Challenge, he's a 3-time track champ.
Well, not with the reaction time like that. That's unusual for Larry.
He was adjusting the volume on his radio.
Oh, that must have been it. That must be it, Steve.
It's a time trial, man. Let's not get, don't panic. It's not first round yet, Ray.
Hey, this guy in the starting line, we owe him a Perfect Light Award. That would be Scott Loosely. He's out of Ravensdale. Dave Collins, he's in the tower side. He's out of Bonnie Lake.
Cornwell Tools Juniors. Cornwell Tools Juniors, lane 6, please. I see a lot of you are already there, but this is your first official call.
I see a bunch of them on their way down around the bend in the back of the staging lanes also.
Well, here you go. How about Dave Collins in a nice 002 reaction time? But it looks like it'll be Scott Loosely at the finish line first with the Cougar with the factory sequential taillights. 11 flat and 122. And for Dave Collins, after that nearly perfect 002 light, how about 12:19 in ET at just over 111 miles an hour? I got to be honest. Like, I've got a EcoBoost Mustang. You guys know that, right? Right now. I didn't realize my car has sequential taillights too till yesterday.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. I was like, wait, what? I'm backing into my driveway up against the garage door, And I happened to have my turn signal, and I'm looking back there, I'm like, wait, what?
Isn't it cool how the Cougars started that back in, what was it, 66?
68, 69.
68, 69, they did the sequential taillights. A bunch of my friends had those in high school, and those were the coolest cars. I had a piece of crap 76 Mustang 2.
Yeah, but not a 76 Mustang 2. I feel sorry for you.
Yes, thank you. We all we make fun of it. We called it the Mustang Also.
The only way to make those halfway cool is if you got one with T-tops.
Yeah, no, mine wasn't even that cool. It was half of it was primer. I stuffed a 5-liter Mustang motor in it that really didn't run well. Blew a couple of those up because they were out of the junkyard, and then thankfully got rid of it short time afterwards. My dad called it the most expensive piece of crap on the road.
And now you drive a Bentley.
Teach him.
Take that, Dad. Skateboard? Yeah.
That guy on the skateboard, I'd love to know his name, and it's an electric skateboard too, so which is kind of neat. You won't see him kick it once, and that thing hauls butt.
Yeah, we're going to have to remind him it's a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on the return road.
Blew his gray beard back over his shoulders. Pretty cool. You know what? I got to give him props for that.
Man, I'm telling you, right when you think you got pronunciation down right, I got the left lane okay. Driving the Mustang is Tana Lee from Ording. In the right lane, driving the Charger is either Carmine or Carmen
I would say
Salmerson.
I would say Carmine.
Okay, Carmine, Carmen. I'm, not hooked on phonics today. Sorry.
But I can't say some of the words you said. I can think of one right off the top of my head.
E squared up.
That's it.
Copy that.
I'm really glad there's a lock on the door for up here in the tower. People don't come busting
Yeah,
in.
but see, because we've had issues with the air conditioning, and it's approaching 100 degrees in the announcer suite, outside, we keep the door shut. Normally, on a regular weekend when we're not subjected to suspect air conditioning, which is working great today, make no mistake.
It really
it's
is.
working great. We normally have the door open so people can come talk to us if they need something or,
It's been a couple times Steve and I have been up here with a fan running to stay cool. But today the air conditioning is working pretty good.
Okay, I'm going to do this for you, Ray. Tower side is Logan E squared up in the Camaro.
Thank you.
And Ben Wyant from Stanwood, Washington. Logan having a great first season with this Camaro. Still in high school at 17 years old, 1273 at 105 for Logan. That car made its debut at the high school drags, by the way, earlier this year.
We finally got the Corvette back up and running. He said he had a stuck float. I went down and asked him. So now he's up and running. But what you guys can't see from here is under the hood, the valve covers are painted exactly like Eddie Van Halen's guitar.
Wait, what?
Can't make this crap up, man. I wish I was that smart, but I'm not. So he had the hood up, and both the valve covers were painted just like Eddie Lee Van Halen's guitar. Scooting down the track pretty good, too.
Here it goes 1270, 108 miles an hour after having a stuck float. Early in the day, tower side goes 1215, 114 miles an hour.
All right, test and tuners, you can come back around for lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune. Please head back this way to lanes 1 and 2.
Time currently is 6:15. 6:15 time currently.
T-minus 45 minutes till West Coast Grudge qualifying.
Oh, this is good stuff. We got small tire, we got big tire. It is some exciting stuff, and we've got some fresh new cars out here that they're going to be doing some fun stuff with. I'm really excited.
All right, so Craig Smith goes 008 in reaction time in his Camaro and runs 1289 at 108 miles an hour, trying to defend the number 6 spot in the points against Sean Langley, who incidentally is number 9 in the points with his Mustang, ran 1299 at 104 miles an hour.
Now, Ray and Stevie, if you could answer me this too, I'm going to ask questions because
here we go.
I like to learn because
Why do I feel like I'm on an episode of Jeopardy?
Because I'm the dumbest guy up here. That's why. Anyway, so tell me the difference. There's 2 different classes of these junior dragsters, correct?
Right.
Okay, what 2 classes are there?
So, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. And then there's Junior Street. But as far as tonight, it's Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning.
What are the differences between the 2 classes?
Basically, it's by age. The faster class is for the older kids, and typically those cars are fueled by alcohol and not gasoline. The younger kids have the basically stock motors.
Fantastic. So that's great. Great info. See, I didn't know this, and that's cool for me to know. Would I be able to announce it? Probably not, because I'm still learning.
Yeah, be careful, because you might be in one tomorrow.
Oh, boy. You better bring a tub of butter to get me into that thing, because I'm a little thicker than I used to be.
If it takes you a tub of butter, imagine what it would take me to do. I already did it once. I'm not sure I can go back to that. Not that I wouldn't want to. I'm just not sure I can.
I'll tell you what, I'll bring a helmet if need be, because I want to go.
So, test and tuners. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune drivers. Lanes 1 and 2, please. And thank you.
Only the guy with the Mustang heard you.
Well, I'm sure more people heard me. They're just not here yet.
So big money being given away to these junior dragsters, from what I understand. I heard a $5,000 purse.
Yeah, so tonight it's just like a cash bash. Everybody puts $40 in the pot that wants to participate. And I don't know how they're going to, pay it out as far as what the splits are tonight. But tomorrow, there's a $5,000 total purse, and it's guaranteed. So,
Incredible.
Kind of big doings if you're a junior kid.
That is. Do you think do the junior kids get to keep the cash, or the parents just turn around and put it back in the car?
Not our problem.
You know what? I don't have kids, but if I did, they earned it, they keep it, they do with it what they want.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So I mean,
That might be the reason I'm not a parent, however. I'm just saying.
So what are the age of some of the younger drivers down here?
You can start in Junior Thunder at like 5 years old. It used to be 8.
They cut it back to 5.
Yeah. And so, interestingly, we're not going to see Junior Street until tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And those kids drive full-size cars. They have to have a parent or guardian in the passenger seat, and they can do it at 13.
So is it a rail like these? Or?
No, it's mom and dad's car, or in some cases, like when I was growing up, I didn't have a parent that you buy a junk car and then we work on it together thing.
Yeah.
But I've seen, not here in Pacific, but at other racetracks, some of the junior street cars, kids get them working on them and finally get to racing with their parent.
That is super cool. That is.
Some of them show up with Bentleys.
You're trying to make him out to be a junior street guy? First of all, he's way too tall to be a junior street guy. Second of all, he's got way too much gray hair to be a junior street guy. And third of all, he drives a Bentley, so he's no junior street guy. Okay?
I'm just giving him a bad time.
What do you think I'm doing?
I was gonna say I grew up short and redheaded and freckle-faced, so.
And
I got-
therein lies your problem.
Yeah, and I got some thick skin because of it. You guys are great.
I
Just
can't
great.
really say much because my mom was a
Red hair.
6 foot tall German redhead. I know how you roll.
Tower Side goes through with a 768, 81 miles an hour. Abigail goes 1152 at 54 miles an hour. Hey, 81 miles an hour when you're sitting that close to the ground.
It's flying. So once again, test and tune drivers. Lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune drivers. Lanes 1 and 2.
Coda Tobel, Tower Side out of Ravensdale.
Man, the struggle is real for Dakota. He's trying to make it to 4 feet tall, and so far it is not working. Poor little guy.
Well, you and I know the problem.
Copy that.
Although, when I was in grade school, I was one of the taller kids. All of a sudden, it just stopped growing.
You're going to go that far back when you were in grade school? Really?
Well, that was in the 1800s. I realized.
I was just saying. My little buddy KT Froud rolls up. Good to see the Froud family here at Pacific Raceway. It's a rare appearance, and I completely understand. With $5,000 on the line, let's go on Friday night. Let's get some test runs in, and then let's play hardball on Saturday morning and try to earn some of that money. So Katie tried, but went red instead. 9:14 on the run for Miss KT at 69 miles an hour. 8:91 for Coda Tobel. All right, Dawson Ridge and Emma E. Squardo. Well, Dawson goes 1:13 in reaction time. Miss Emma 2:55. As they race to the 8th mile, Dawson Ridge 9:21, 71 miles an hour to an 11:56 for Emma E. Squardo. So Coda Tobel leads qualifying at Junior Thunder for the moment. Here comes Zach Miner. Tower Side, Federal Way, East 9. Racing Sydney Delosha from Buckley, Washington. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's what I'm going with. If that's incorrect, I apologize. I still love you the same way.
I don't know if it's my imagination or not, but it seems to me the number of juniors is multiplied since first round.
Dude, it's Friday. Some people have to work.
Yeah, I was glad to see it when I saw you tonight, Steve.
Dude, I canceled 2 appointments so I wouldn't let you down.
Thanks for coming.
Coming all the way from Everett, man, that's a punishing ride anywhere down heading south from the north end.
Once I got to 30 miles an hour, I thought I was flying, man. I was like, sweet.
Especially on Friday the 13th.
Yeah, there's a middle mute right there. Yeah, I flicked it. Instead of having it just, if you
All right, so Sydney Holochik's going to get a single runner. She's 0.58 reaction time. And at the 8-mile stripe, 960 at 66 miles an hour. And just as I suspected, that 058 puts Sydney Holochik in the top of the qualified order. The best reaction time in Junior Thunder qualifying tonight so far. All right, up next is Hayden Montez from Fossil, Oregon. I'd never even heard of Fossil, Oregon. Somebody Google it and tell me if Fossil is really a town in Oregon. At any rate, Hayden is 12. And she races my little buddy with a new car, Grayson Gandy. Learn something new every day. Apparently there's a town named Fossil.
Well, Hayden goes 7:39, 81 miles an hour. Grayson goes 11:93. That's 51 miles an hour.
All right. Michelle Brown from Yakima is 9 years old. She'll take on Jasper Webster. All 3'11" of him. Might be 3'11" and 15/16. I'm not sure.
So just a little recap on Fossil. Fossil is a city in the county seat of Wheeler County, Oregon. The name was chosen by the first postmaster, Thomas Hoover. The population in the 2010 census was 473.
The thriving metropolis of Fossil, Oregon. I love it.
My guess is they find dinosaur fossils in Fossil, Oregon.
I have no idea.
And can you believe it? In 2019, the population was 393.
They're going backwards.
Backward. Either that or because they're here right now tonight.
So half the populace of Fossil, Oregon are drag race fans. I love it.
Thirty-minute call for our West Coast Grudge, lanes 5 and 6. We need the Mob 275 and big tire, so all you folks keep your ears on. So we're 30-minute call for our West Coast Grudge.
I don't know about you guys, but there are a sizable contingent of juniors who are not here tonight. So, for those of you that are here in the junior program, good on you. Give you a little bit of a head start toward tomorrow. Because surprisingly, I mean, this event is held, the Mark Lyle Invitational is held every year for the juniors here at Pacific. This is the first year of $5,000 guaranteed, and I'll be quite honest, there are a lot of names I'm not going to mention who aren't here tonight that I thought would be. And I get it, you know, some people have to work, and it is Friday the 13th and all of that. So, you know, if you come on Friday night to race, you know, in the Gambler, I think that's a good call on your part, because it gives you an opportunity to run your car here at the racetrack a day ahead of when the big money is on the line. And it's interesting because we don't often talk about racers who have come from as far away as Oregon and from across the mountains from the Yakima area in the junior program. So I think it's cool, and kind of a preview for Ray, at least, of what will happen at the ET Finals in a couple of weeks at Woodburn, where we'll literally have over 100 juniors.
You know, I've never been to an ET final.
Oh, come on, Ray. You've done everything you can do at the ET Finals, including win a free car. Come on. Never been to the ET Finals.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, you better.
I've never been to an ET final where they ran juniors.
Okay. You know what? You're probably right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let you do juniors at the ET Finals.
Oh, all 100 of them, huh?
Yeah, well, I'll help you. Oh, and by the way, I text with Sherry Severance, who's one of the co-owners of the racetrack, just yesterday to find out two things. Can we have two mics? Yes. And can we announce from the hospitality suite? Also, yes.
Great deal. So she knows I'm coming.
Well, I warned her that I'd have a cast of fellow announcers, including you, who would probably want to help. She said, yep, figured that. So you can be in the hospitality area, which is the bigger room. So that should be fun at the ET Finals. I can hardly wait. It's only a couple of weeks away.
Labor Day weekend.
That's right, sir.
Here's one of the participants right here, Abby Cole.
She always comes to visit. I think it's awesome.
So did you run it ready tonight? Oh yeah, I saw you run tonight. I even announced your name.
Yeah, where you been, Ray? She's already ran twice.
Well, I just said I announced her name, so I must have remembered, right?
So,
Don't feel bad. You won't get my head.
fair enough. So, Abigail, so how old are you, girl?
I'm 10.
10 years old. So what class do you race in?
Thunder.
The Thunder class. So mom and dad bring you down here, and of course you obviously you know these two gentlemen, so you've been out racing for quite some time.
She doesn't know us.
When was the first time you started racing? How old were you?
I was 6 years old in 2018.
6 years old out there racing. I think that's outstanding. I can't wait till she goes and does her driving test.
Well, she doesn't just race a junior.
What else do you race?
I drive a go-kart.
A go-kart. No kidding. So you out there street race on a go-kart too? Road cars?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Oh,
know the
there she is,
go-kart
Beth.
track that's over here?
Oh,
The
yeah. Oh yeah.
GP? Yeah.
So you're out there racing on that go-kart track too?
Yes.
Oh man, multi-talented. I love it.
Tim, I wouldn't get too close to her. She knows karate.
I feel it coming off of her. I mean, and she's pretty much the same height as me too. I'm pretty sure she could probably take me. Abigail, thank you so much.
My money's not on you, Tim.
I understand this. I understand.
You're safe, she's laughing.
Right. So thanks so much for coming up here in the booth. This is cool. Seeing one of the racers. I mean, you obviously got out of your gear pretty quick. Are you all done for tonight?
No.
Elimination.
Did your mom go pay the $40 so you're in the cash bash?
Yes.
Of course, right?
But
You did?
Put
Yeah,
your,
but you got the money from your mom, right? It was your money?
put your own money in it?
I raised the money.
Wow.
Raise the money.
She pays her own way. I didn't even know that.
That's fantastic. So you raised your own money to come, put your $40 in so you could be part of the cash race.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That doesn't get much cooler than that, does it?
No.
PPQ on the mic down here at the staging lanes. I know it's warm down here in these cars. We're just getting our lights all dialed in here for our 8th mile. David, how old are you, buddy?
14.
14 years old. You're stuffed in this car pretty tight, but I know you're ready to rip, right?
Yeah.
You sound pretty excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
How long you been drag racing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Cool. All right, on to the next one. What's your name?
Natalie,
Natalie, how long you been drag racing?
2 years.
2 years? You love it?
Yeah.
Or you can't wait to get out there and race out on the strip with a big car?
I don't know.
You don't know yet? These are pretty daggone fun. How fast do you get going in one of these?
Like 82, 83.
82 or 83 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. You'd get a ticket on the freeway doing that, right?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. What's your name?
Sahara.
Sahara, I love the dual fan on you, trying to keep you cool because you're all bundled up. Are you okay in there?
Yeah.
Awesome. How long you been driving for?
5 years.
5 years. Holy! I see all the cool stickers, all the years and stuff you've been racing. Test and tune decal run. This is cool as heck. Right on. So you're out here. You're trying to get some money here tonight, huh?
Yeah.
I love it. Kids racing for money in cars. That's where it all starts, isn't it? And then it just keeps going from there.
Yeah, it does.
I love it. What's that?
Ellie.
What's your name, sweetheart?
Ellie,
Ellie, how old are you, Ellie?
9.
9 years old. I love the wrap on this car more than any other car. Do you know that?
Thank you.
This is the coolest wrap of any race car I've ever seen, period. I'd love to do this in my car. Would that be cool, or would I just be copying you?
I don't know.
Probably just copying you. Anyway, this is cool. How long have you been racing, sweetheart?
4 years?
Cool. 4 years you've been racing, so this is pretty cool. Of course, you got the official fast shoes on, the Vans. The Vans slip-on shoes are the official fastest shoes on the planet, right?
Yeah.
That's outstanding. What's your name, man?
Kimbry.
Kimberly, how old are you?
11.
11. That's awesome. This car stretched out. So what class are you racing in?
Thunder.
Thunder class. How long you been racing?
6. Wait.
But don't know. Long enough, though. Long enough to know that this is a lot of fun. You keep doing it.
Yeah.
Looks like the car's set up pretty good. I love this. I love how simple this whole thing is. It's just a go pedal, a stop pedal, on and off, and a steering wheel, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty much all driver, right? Because all the cars are pretty much the same.
Yes.
So it's reaction time off the light, and make sure you don't blow a red light, right?
Yeah. Mainly, yes.
That's awesome. All the kids are running, so they're getting scared out here. This is funny, tracking them down. We're going to talk a little bit about West Coast Grudge. West Coast Grudge racing, of course. We're looking at 7 o'clock. We might be a couple minutes after that, only because we're trying to dial in our lights back up here. But this is an interesting vehicle. We're out here. What's your name, partner?
Ed Burnside.
Ed, is this your car?
No, it's Mr. Explosive, Mark Sanders.
Oh, I love it. I love it. The open headers right here. This thing is cool. Running it in the West Coast Grudge?
Yep.
I love it. I love it. And that's the big tire car right there, I can see.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't wait to see this thing go. Looks like visibility's perfect out of the front. That's all you need to see is about that much. You don't want to look behind you. You want to look ahead. This thing is built for doing fast, straight line stuff. And you can check your brake fluid right here while you're driving. I love it. Of course, here we are down in the staging lanes, and of course, Erica, what we have right here in front of us This is fantastic. So, yes, now we can say we have met.
We have. Hello. Nice to meet you.
How exciting it is! So, Ray and Stevie up in the booth, they were calling out these races and so forth, and they were. I'll just say it wasn't me making fun of the name; it was them. So, but I'm thankful they gave us a wireless mic, so I can come down here and finally meet and talk to the people that are part of this great group. I think we're getting closer to getting dialed in on our lights. So at least it's cooling down some. The temperature is not as bad. We got a little bit of a breeze going. So West Coast Grudge. We're going to be probably just a little bit behind, but we're going to be lanes 5 and 6. What's your name?
Coda.
What's your name?
Sydney.
Coda and Sydney. So how long you been racing, Cody?
2 years.
2 years, and Sydney?
3 or 4.
3 or 4 years. So anyway, what class are you racing in, Coda?
Thunder.
Both of you guys racing in Thunder. So good friends. I know you said you're partners in crime.
Yeah, we're just running around doing stuff.
That's the cool part about the racetrack, because the parents can get them here, right? And if they're not racing, they kind of cut the leash loose, and there's only so far they can go because everything's fenced in, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
But you little knuckleheads will find a hole in the fence and go out down to the found a hole in the fence, or are you going down to the motocross track?
Maybe.
Or over to the go-kart track. This is great. So you guys out here racing together. So do you guys live next to each other, close by?
No.
Is this the only place you guys see each other?
For the most part, other than Bremerton.
Oh, Bremerton Raceway. But you guys only see each other at the racetrack while you're out racing.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat. Having track friends and then having friends at school. I know school's been a little rough this last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So being able to come out with your friends and hang out and chat and run around, run amok, I like to say, out here at the track's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like coming to the track. It's really fun.
Meet a lot of great people here, don't you, Coda?
Yes.
I love it. Well, thank you guys so much for coming out. We're going to resume racing here shortly. We're going to get this light all dialed in. What's your name, partner?
Cole.
Cole, you look a little toasty there, Cole. Can I get you some coffee or maybe some hot soup?
Yeah, if you put it in some ice.
I see your stage up there just past the water box, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the first guy ready to go down the roller coaster. You can't quite go yet, getting teased. Anyway, we'll be back up here running quickly. How long you been doing this?
6 years.
6 years. So you started out, what are you, 16-ish?
I'm 15 on Sunday.
15 on Sunday, and you're like 6 foot 17 and a half tall. Anyways, any modification have to do to the car to get you in there?
Maybe.
I love it, man. So, good luck out there. Gonna throw down some hot laps. Here, getting ready. So,
All right.
Cole, hop back in the car.
Everything that was
Make sure you turn the seat warmer on.
out of alignment has been realigned, and we're good to go again. So, junior drivers, go ahead and suit up, gear up, and let's try this again, shall we?
West Coast Grudge, West Coast Grudge. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6. So West Coast Grudge, lanes 5 and 6. We're going to run the junior dragsters, and then you folks are up next. The Mob 275 will be running first. Mob 275 will be running first, and then we shall be running Big Tire.
So here we're up and running again. First pair out is going to be Cole Dickoff in the tower side. Dustin Ridge over in the right-hand lane. Dustin out of Kent, Washington.
Two of the best junior drivers in the business. Cole Dickoff, a Western Conference Junior Finals champ. Racing former division champ Dawson Ridge. Side by side. A couple of youngsters from right here, Pacific Raceways, here on a regular basis. What's interesting about it is tomorrow I'm certain we'll see a lot more juniors involved because $5,000 on the line. Not everybody can be here on a Friday night.
Wow. Dustin pulls a hole shot with a 004. Cole Dickoff, though, not too far behind, cuts an 03. Dustin goes 8 flat, 81 miles an hour. Cole Dickoff goes 796 at 81 miles an hour also.
You know what's interesting about that? Dustin Ridge with that 004 goes to the number 1 spot. Cole Dickoff with his reaction time of 035 goes to number 2. And that was side by side, which bumped Sydney Loshik down to 3rd. She was just up here in the timing tower, all proud because she was the number 1 qualifier. I said, well, Not over yet.
So here comes Natalie Erickson. Actually, I don't see Natalie.
All right, so Natalie Erickson will try to knock off the number one qualifier with something better than a 004 reaction time.
That's going to be tough.
I didn't say it was going to be easy. I just said it was possible. 000 is perfect. Just something better than 004 will put Natalie or her competition on the other side in the number one spot. Right now, that spot is held by Cole Dickoff, 004. Well, reaction time-wise, Cornwell Tool side was a little better at the Christmas tree at 052 versus Natalie Erickson, who had a 156 reaction time. All right, Ellie Brown from Yakima is 9 years old. She's on the Cornwell Tool side. Hard to imagine that an idea that was spawned by the late Vinnie Knapp, who at the time was the owner of Englishtown Raceway, built two juniors initially for his grandkids to have fun at the racetrack. Then showed it to NHRA, and the rest, as they say, that's close to 30 years ago now.
Wow, 004.
Well, Ellie Brown isn't the number one qualifier, but she's tied for the number one spot. Cole Dickoff will hold on to the number one spot for now, because he was the first to cut a 004. Good on Ellie Brown. Coming in right behind him with an identical 004 reaction time.
So the first one that cuts the light gets the first place. Is that it?
Yep, first one to do it.
There's number one, 002 reaction time.
There it is. 885, 74 miles an hour, 779 in the left lane. Here's Jaslyn Bean, or as she likes to be called, Jazzy Bean, and Rayleigh Higgins, the Hello Kitty 3 junior car from Olympia. Well, Rayleigh Higgins goes red. Jazzy Bean in 032 in reaction time. Runs 798 in the 8th mile, 80 miles an hour. Apparently there's a golf cart parked right in front of lane number 6. We need it moved right away. There's a golf cart parked right in front of lane 6. We need it moved right away. Apparently that's going to do it for the Cornwell Tools Junior qualifying session. We'll do a little work on the racetrack, and that will bring us to West Coast Grudge qualifying.
And Tim.
So West Coast Grudge is going to kick off with the Mob 275. Mob 275 class. So that's a 275 rear tire. So they call it the small tire class. You can make 1 billion horsepower, but if you can't put it to the ground, it doesn't do you any good. So what this does is kind of throws a little bit of wrench into your tuning and your driving. So if you have to pedal it sometimes so you don't smoke the tires off right off the line. That's a common problem you see on the Mob 275 group. Anyway, so this is going to come to fruition here now. And it's just a couple minutes after 7, so we're going to go with the Mob 275 out first. Let's run through some sponsors of our West Coast Grudge. Of course, Binford Metals. Binford Metals is our title sponsor, and we'd like to thank Binford Metals for taking such great care of us. Those guys, Rods and Customs, Hand and Trailer Repair, STM Real Estate, Capital Duct Cleaning, Radioactive Fab, Ghostum Delta Cams, Amco out of Puyallup, PSCA Online Store, Peterson 76, Ace Race Parts, DAK or DAC Tuning, Scott Spielman Welding, River's Edge Cafe, Turbo Jixer, Custom Concrete Northwest, Nana's Arrangements, Herman Motorsports, Aberdeen Automotive, Extreme Motorworks, The Car Guys, RPM Roll Bars, Purple Nurple Photography, and of course Dune Shark Apparel, who's here selling apparel this evening. And then Northwest Welding and Gases. That's a lot of great sponsors that are helping out West Coast Grudge, making all this happen. So we're going to kick off with our Mob 275 cars and then get into the big tire cars. And we are going to be in lanes 5 and 6. We have Mob 275 coming up on deck right now. Mob 275 coming up on deck right now. We're going to be going up into the water boxes, kicking this off. We got ourselves a newer Mustang in the far lane and a S10 pickup. We got the sign. We're going to roll him into the box. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if I line up next to a cat that's got a parachute hanging off the back, I'm pretty confident that he's going to turn a pretty good number. That's what I do. That's a beautiful color on that Mustang. And S10 is no slouch also. So here we go. We're kicking off our first of our Mob 275. Mustang in the far lane. Now remember, it's instant green. So it'll go the double bubbles at the top. When they got all 4 of those, then it'll go instant green. Nice wheelie coming out of the S10 in the left lane. Woo, we got ourselves a run. Mustang in the right lane with a 5.56 at a 142 miles an hour. What do you think? Perfect. We're just playing right here, so and qualifying is going to be at 9 o'clock. So we're kind of doing a little test of tune with our Mob 275 right now. Getting the track dialed in. Of course, the temperature has a lot to do with the performance of the cars and also the tires to the track. So we have hot air, which makes less horsepower than cold air. So when you're talking the difference between 1,000 horsepower and 1,500 horsepower, that's a big deal. Did you hear that big? Yeah, those are big turbos. Big turbos on that Mustang in the right lane. You can hear that thing spool up. Nice jump out of the hole too. And it's really easy to be caught at the tree when it goes from double staging directly to green. You really have to be paying attention. And by the way, they have the divider on the tree too. You can't see the other staging lights from where you're sitting in the driver's seat of either car. Checking out what we're going to do in the left lane. Looks like we're going to run. So that Mustang, that primer gray Mustang, obviously has had some work done to it to get it all into the primer gray stage. And then the Malibu over in the right lane would be called a G-body if I'm not mistaken. The G-body, not super aerodynamic, but you see a lot of drag cars being built out of that G-body family. And if I see properly, there's a parachute hanging off of the back of that Mustang as well. Remember, they're going to get up there and stage. We're going to have 2 sets of lights. Throw the trans brake, load up the turbos. Oh, too far. In the left lane, too far. And then grenades the tires right off the light. Ooh, that's a quick one though. Holy smokes, that thing picked up a lot of speed towards the tail end of it. But first of all, you gotta hit your light right. If you don't do that, then you might as well just turn back around and go home. So now, looks like a late 60s Chevelle in the left lane. Fox body Mustang in the right lane. It's getting that staged up. Good lead by both racers. Fox body Mustang in the left. Newer Mustang in the right-hand lane. Blowing off a little steam under the hood. Now, Fox body Mustang. I would assume he is a dentist because of the certain gas he has that he's purging out of the hood. Opportunity to thank Binford Metals. Binford Metals, of course, the title sponsor of West Coast Grudge. Staging up, spooling up those turbos. Oh boy, there's some big horsepower coming out of that right lane. That's for sure. Gonna keep an eye out for these guys. So just they're kind of testing tuner right now on their Mob 275. They're trying to figure out how to get this big horsepower stuff to hook up. Is that a Nova in the right lane, or is that a Malibu? At it, it's a Chevy 2. That's right, the boxcar. I love the patina on that, and if you see the exhaust coming out behind the front tire, typically we have big turbos up in the front of it. It's funny how the whole turbo thing has come back around. Died off for a little bit. Now they're stacking superchargers, turbos, nitrous, and throwing everything at these motors. And lots of money, piles and truckloads of money, and trying not to make a big inspection hole in the side of the block to see what went wrong. Beautiful paint on that Camaro in the right lane. Box body Mustang in the left lane. Big tires. Big tires. Oh, see, there you go. Big tires to lane 4 and 5. Big tires to lane 4 and 5. That was a good indication right there. Both those racers took off the light. Both of them ignite the tires and then have to pedal it to get back in it to get the power back down to the ground. So this is what the Mob 275 is all about. So it's I was walking down on the strip just to go see because it's such a cool spot. You know, it's been Mustang running as a single. This is still just kind of getting your feet wet. Checking, seeing how the cars are hooking up, what the weather's doing to it, and so forth. But it's a very distinct sound walking around down there on the start line with the track trying to rip your shoes off as you're walking across it. It's really a neat sound. Just doing a quick track sweep in the right lane just to make sure everything's going to work out good. These big horsepower cars, it doesn't take anything more than fly poop on the ground to get these things going sideways out of one tire. So they got to make sure the track's as prepped as possible. But of course it comes down to a lot of driving skills with these little 275 tires on them. And I guarantee you these guys are pushing over 2,000 horsepower in some of these cars. Our big tire cars lane 4 and 5. 4 and 5 for our big tire cars. Doing a little track cleanup on the right lane. Take this opportunity, of course, Binford Metals. Binford Metals, the official title sponsor of West Coast Grudge. The sun looking out over the track, very odd color to see, that bright orange, all the haze and the heat, bringing that over. We're very thankful that we have such great fire and EMS crews that have been helping out. All these this whole bad fire season this year. Actually had a fire within just a few hundred yards out behind my house. And they jumped on it really quick and got it stopped before it hit. Not even one house. Amazing. So big shout out to them. Had a little spin coming out of the right lane. Like I said, we're getting kind of a little test and tune here. Fox Buddy Mustang on the right lane. Chevelle in the left lane, blowing off a little steam out of the hood. Get them all staged up. There it is. It comes down to traction. This Nova in the left lane. That's coming in now. This is one to keep an eye on. I'm sure they're all going to go back to the truck and try to figure out how to get the power stuck down to the ground here this evening. That's what it's going to boil down to. And our small Mob 275 tire. Gonna throw a little fairy dust down on the start line as well as run the tractor over it. Drag it a little bit. This is our big tire coming in. Juniors, on standby, please. Juniors, on standby, please. The cleanup for juniors, on standby, please. Cleanup on juniors. The cleanup on juniors is going to be run after the big tire mob class. So juniors, stand by. I'm going to have you after the big tire class here with West Coast Grudge. Doing just a quickie prep on it before we throw these big tire cars out here. Cleanup on juniors. It's going to be after this big tire class. in lanes 5 and 6. Juniors in lanes 5 and 6, please.
So again, juniors cleanup. If you didn't make the first pass, this is a juniors cleanup, lane 6, please.
Here we go, our big tire class. Big tire class rolling up into the water right now. Make sure you check out, of course, West Coast Grudge Facebook Live. Our own Willie Peterson out there running the camera for everybody. Here we go, big tires, getting ready to run up. We're going to run all our big tires, and of course, our junior dragsters. Junior dragsters are cleanup. Please make your way up to staging. Running the inside lane. A convertible Camaro. That's something you don't see very often. I mean, typically you want a hardtop for what? Having the chassis rigid, right?
Protection.
Well, protects the. That's a good point. I didn't think of safety. I thought of chassis. That's funny. Camaro in the right lane. Boy, smoking some stuff in that water box. Lined up. Ooh. And the Monza getting out pretty good, but the Camaro absolutely ignited the tires off the line. In the right lane, convertibles nonetheless. I would have a crazy roll bar cage over the top of me with that convertible top. Ray, as a former champion, what is the difference between doing a short burnout and a long burnout. So obviously you're doing the burnout to bring the tires up to temperature. I noticed some guys are doing a short spin. Some guys actually shift first to second and cook them off in second. Is there advantage, disadvantage to either?
I don't know. I just did the same burnout every time. Just burn it out. As long as I didn't go across the starting line, I was okay.
Big wheelie coming out of the left side, out of that left lane.
That was pretty close all the way down. Reaction time's almost close, but 18 a mile an hour, really close.
This is going to be great here come 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock is basically the throwdown time. That's when we're doing it. My good buddy I see down there, Chris Young, down at the water box. Big tire still going off in the left lane. Might be doing some adjustments on the wheelie bars. Could be stuffing a banana in the exhaust pipe. We don't know.
I think he's working on the wheelie bar.
Okay. My first guess was probably a little closer. My second one was more so the comedic reaction. Boy, the sun dipping down a little bit lower. It is a crazy color of orange. Now, actually, visibility is very good right now too. If it wasn't hazy, it would be tough to see. Yep, blowing through the tires on that one. So you hear them load it up, do the trans brake on it, and then load it up, and then roast the tires, get out of it, and then have to get back in it. Ish. We've been waiting to see this black car run. This has been something to see. And of course, the Nova behind it is no slouch as well.
You know, you asked me what kind of car that was? Expensive.
Expensive, yes. All the money on that one. That's John Dickinson in the right lane with that shiny new Camaro-ish big tire car.
Modified just a bit.
Just a touch.
You notice he's got 2 parachutes on.
What does that tell you? Is he heavy or is he really fast?
NHRA says if you have 150 miles an hour capability at the quarter mile, you need 1 parachute. If you go 200 miles an hour at the quarter mile, I bet you need 2 parachutes. So guess what? He's got 2 parachutes. He's fast.
He's fast. Looks like he eased out of it going down towards the end. I know it's set up with these cars, which is crazy. I mean, they make so much stinking horsepower and clutching and tire pressure, suspension setup, right?
Just putting it to the ground is a big problem.
Right. Having, like I said, you can make 1 billion horsepower. That doesn't make any difference in the world if you can't stick it to the ground.
Car Club, pay attention. So Car Club, pay attention. This is a warning for Car Club.
Looks like they might do a little bit of filler of your test and tune here after Big Tire and then go to the cleanup on the Junior Dragster. Ray, I'm thankful to be up here with you guys. The knowledge that you have, and of course you being a former champion, which is really cool. Showing me the pictures and so forth. You actually won a Fiero one year, right?
And a Honda Spree, all at the same time.
And a Honda Spree. Two completely different vehicles, but still, being able to win those in a championship is pretty awesome. So up here chatting about it now, this got to be fun. Yanko, that's kind of a loose term on that one. That Yanko.
Could be or could not be.
Yes, but
Could be an imposter.
Could be an imposter, but I guarantee you it's considerably faster than the original one.
Oh, I agree.
Cool color scheme on it too. Just the simple white and black. And looks like he's got a single parachute as well. Yep. There it is, blowing the tires off, so you hear him loaded up. So Test and Tune is up next. Test and Tune is up next. Well, we're looking back at 9 o'clock for our West Coast Grudge. So I'll double check here to make sure we're going to be on time for that.
So you guys are going to run eliminations tomorrow, right? This is just qualifying today for the Grudge?
Qualifying today for the Grudge, the Mob 275 and Big Tire. Then there's going to be Index, 650 Index tomorrow.
Here we go, back the quarter mile, test and tune.
Left lane 65 Mustang, he's been sitting here a while, so appreciate his patience. And then the Camaro in the right lane.
So the quarter mile, tower side goes through 1356, 88 miles an hour. Right hand lane goes at 1383 at 110.
That little S10 in the right lane is very impressive to watch. That little short squatty thing plants the rear tires really hard and lifts the front tires. That thing's got to be a handful come 120 miles an hour, 130 miles an hour, wouldn't you say, Ray?
Actually, they're pretty stable. If they're set up right, they're pretty stable at 120 or 130, whatever they run. Reaction time is better here. Tower side cuts an 015. I'm not going to tell you how slow the one was in the right lane, but he runs a 999, 135 miles an hour. Tower side goes through with a 1222 to 110.
This is what you don't see every day. Left-hand side, heavily modified, chopped. We'll call it a 30s pickup, I'm guessing. And then up against a flat 6 Subaru. 4-wheel drive.
That's what I wanted to say, Subaru. I couldn't remember. According to that logo, it is a Subaru. Right-hand lane, that little pickup truck goes 1011, 131 miles an hour. Subaru goes in 1181 at 138. Here comes a Tin Indian tower side. Very impressive car for a Tempest. Most Tempests from the factory did not run as good as this.
No, it did not. And I'm sure it had a different rear end on it because the tires were considerably more narrow on a factory Tempest.
You think?
What, a 165? Red lights it.
Red lights don't mean a thing during time trials. Goes 937, 143 miles an hour. I always say, if you don't red light once in a while, you're not trying hard enough.
Exactly. So relating that to motocross, if you're not picking yourself up off the dirt, you're not pushing it hard enough.
Well, I don't like picking myself off the dirt. I don't race with two wheels.
So funny enough, the very first time I ever raced in my entire life was at the end of the strip at the Pacific Raceways motocross track.
My nephew does that.
Yeah, it's silly. It's awesome. That's why I can barely walk now. Well, I started out on quads, so I raced quads. So I was on four-wheelers. The beauty part of a quad, when you crash on it, wherever you end up, it chases you, and it finds you.
Oh, that sounds too scary. My nephew used to do the motocross with a Husqvarna.
Oh yeah, they've come back around. They went quiet for a while, and now they're back up on the podiums now.
You know, his was water-cooled. Were they all water-cooled?
Back in the day, they were not, but now they're all water-cooled four-stroke bikes, 450 cc's or 250 cc's. And, you know, small bikes still making 65 horsepower and weighing in at 250 pounds. So you want to talk about a handful. Junior Dragster's backed up. I'm going to hand the mic off because I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Back over here to see.
Hey, don't sell yourself short there, buddy. That was kind of nice. I heard Tim up here announcing, and I was down there talking to people. That was kind of fun.
Strange, huh?
Yeah, it is kind of weird. But I can get used to it. All right, here we go. Junior qualifying. Brought to you by Cornwall Tools.
Cleanup.
Yep. So Sydney, Lotion, and Dustin Ridge. Apparently, H is silent, right?
Apparently.
We met Sydney tonight. I asked her how to pronounce her last name. She's like, Lotion. I'm like, okay, H is silent, perfect.
Loshak's out of Buckwood. Ridge is out of Kent. So it's Kent racing Buckwood.
Now, this is not a points earning opportunity, but to give you an idea, if this was a points race, interestingly, Sydney finds herself in the number 3 spot in the points. Meanwhile, Dawson Ridge is number 7 in the Cornwall Tools point standings. Now, this weekend's junior affair, whether it's the race tonight or the Mark Lyle Invitational tomorrow, does not count for points. However, you do have one more points earning opportunity in a couple of weeks. All right. Better reaction time for Dawson Ridge, 173 to Sid's 197. I should have asked her that. You prefer Sydney or Sid? Next time I see her, I'll ask.
I'm going to make a stab at Sid.
Yeah, I kind of like Sid too.
Okay, Car Club, I told you to pay attention a couple of minutes ago, and this is your time to shine. Car Club, first round of eliminations, lanes 3, 4, and 5. Car Club, come on down with dial-ins.
All right, Ben Fowler, or Benjamin he might prefer, is 15 years old. In the twilight of his junior Thunder racing career, he'll have to jump into Junior Lightning next season as he races Michelle Brown from Yakima. She's only 9 years old, and unfortunately she goes red by 2 stinking thousand. Ben with a decent 064 reaction time. Now, I know Triple O is perfect, but if you take a look at a junior car, they got small tires, and they're not as easy to stage as one would think. Right, Ray?
I don't know, I thought it was okay.
Come on, Ray, work with me here.
Okay, yeah, they're hard to stage.
So Hayden Montez and Kimberly Gross. I'm going with Gross. Apologizing either way. I think Gross or Brost, B-R-O-S-T, it might be German. Gross.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, Gross. Now watch it be Italian and I was completely wrong.
Oh no. Giovanni Colecchi. That is Italian.
Oh boy, my old pal JD. Oh man, 009 red light start for Hayden Montez from Fossil, Oregon. Driving Metropolis with less than 400 people. Kimbry Broach, the 11-year-old, has 032 green light start. That's not bad. How about this? You thought Oregon, like Fossil, Oregon, was a long way from here? How about Dave Jackson, or David, you might prefer, from Missoula, Montana, coming for the big money at Pacific Raceway, taking on Ellie Brown, who, by comparison, seems local, from Yakima.
I was pleasantly surprised at Missoula. I had a pizza in Missoula. It was fantastic.
Wait a minute. You had pizza in Missoula, Montana?
Oh yeah,
Did I ask why?
because I was there.
Okay.
You know, I've made mucho trips to New York by car. Sometimes I drove through Missoula.
All right. Got to head east somehow. All right. Dustin Ridge and Jasper Webster. I feel bad for Jasper. At some point, he's going to get a hug. He's going to look up at me and go, Stevie, I made it. I'm 4 feet tall. Just about, yeah. You're making me seem tall, Rick. Right now, Dustin Ridge is the number 2 qualifier. Jasper Webster all the way down to 17. Now, there are 22 Junior Thunder contestants tonight.
You know, I think this is a first for me. 22?
Unless they, now, I could be speaking out of turn, because maybe they lumped them all. That's a lot of juniors, especially for a junior gambler with no points involved. But you know why they're really here today?
Tomorrow.
Yep, they want to get some test runs, tune-up runs, and I mean, with drivers from Missoula, Montana, and Oregon, and the east side, Spokane, and Yakima and stuff, man, anytime you can get a leg up on your competition, make some test runs before it all counts for a large amount of money tomorrow, it's a good idea.
You forgot Missoula.
I did.
You said Yakima, as far as Yakima.
Ray, you weren't listening. Killing me. My little buddy, Abigail Cole, never fails to come visit us in the announcement. And I love it every time.
I love seeing Abigail.
Racing Abigail this time around is Natalie Erickson.
Well, it's Natalie with the better reaction time. That's an 03. Pardon me, it was an 05 with a 3. Natalie goes 790, 81 miles an hour. Abby goes 1146, 55 miles an hour.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something, Ray, real quick in regards to Abby or Abigail Cole. I don't think I've ever asked her what she prefers.
I never have either.
Well, we'll have to remind each other to ask her next time.
My guess, it's going to be Abby.
I think I believe you.
We'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
Tune in.
Yeah. Won't be filmed at 11, it'll be filmed tomorrow.
Oh, I would like to make one announcement. It's
Okay,
getting dark. We'd like to see taillights on each and every car, at least one working taillight.
All right, so Zach Meinert gets a single run, and I think that's going to complete junior competition for the moment. As he crosses the 8th mile stripe at 1282 at 50.57 miles per hour. We're going to go car club here in just a moment. This will be round 1 of car club, I believe.
That's right. I see dial-ins, just like I told him.
All right, so we go to car club challenge, round 1. right, we go to round one of Car Club Challenge. And up first is Scott Loosely, who had a perfect light earlier this afternoon. He'd like to do it again in first round.
And Erica Watt.
Yeah, it was nice. Erica Watt came upstairs to introduce herself. I thought I was in trouble.
I thought we were in trouble too, but she kind of liked it.
No, she likes it. I didn't even ask permission for her. I said, trouble, shit. Oh, no way. I just noticed this. I don't know if this is her sponsor or the name of a company. Killin' It. Killing it. I like it. Erica Watt.
You're in trouble now, Steve.
She's killing it.
Her next trip up here, she's going to have a gun in her hand.
Hopefully she's not pointing at me. Well, head start in the matchup went to Erica Watt. But the win light goes to Scott Loosely. Based on a commanding reaction time advantage, Loosely goes 11-10 on a selected 1097 dial and will advance to round number 2, Erica Watt.
Erica also could not run her dial in.
Yeah, maybe she'll come visit us again. Killing it. All right, Sierra Blades and Michael Cox.
Sierra's out of here.
Yeah, she just went red. We'll talk about Mike again when he comes around for round number 2. Saw the win light up on his side of the scoreboard on before he crossed the finish line. It's like, you know what? I'm going to run it all the way through. Check my dial-in number against my car's performance. Interestingly, he goes 1311 on a 1315 dial, holding about 400s.
Well, it's getting cooler out there, too.
There is that. All right, so we've got a 1969 Mustang, Sean Langley from Linden, and Craig Smith, former track champ, number 6 in points in the Camaro. Just a heads up to the drivers of West Coast Grudge. Your time will be, once again, around 9 o'clock tonight. So be aware, West Coast Grudge coming at you at 9 o'clock.
Look at Lindley's reaction time.
001 for Sean Langley. Nice work. And 1296 on his 1295. That's a pretty strong run right there.
That is a real strong run.
Not a real window of opportunity for Craig Smith to work with there. So it is Sean Langley who'll come back around for round number 2 in the Mustang, setting up Mike Webster from Tacoma. 2017 Hellcat Challenger and Ken Nyland, 2013 Camaro. Wow, how about a double breakout at the finish line? And Ken Nyland will come back around. That's good, because he was number 12 in points, taking on Webster, who is number 21. So they've got one more Car Club Challenge race before the season is complete in just a couple of weeks, which sets up Tana Lee from Ording in her 98 Mustang and Rick Hetherington. I almost feel like I should do that with a British accent. Hello, this is Rick Hetherington, driving my 2016 Corvette, hoping to get a win here, and in fact I did automatically because Tana Lee, unfortunately, went red.
You do that pretty well.
It's the best I can do with what I can do.
Have you ever been to London?
Nope.
Me either.
I'd like to someday, but I need supervision, so there is that.
If I'm going to go out of the country, I like to go to England because they speak my language.
Yeah, copy that.
New York.
Al Brands, Kent Washington, late model Challenger, and Brent Brown from Edgewood in the silver Camaro. You know, people that have last names like Brown, they like have brown cars.
No, I like people that have names like Brown, Jones, and Smith. They can actually say it.
You're not entertaining me, Ray. Killing me. Oh no, red light for Al Brand. Brent Brown. Automatic winner, but hey, he was 0-14 in reaction time. So Camaro coming back, another challenger. Falls by the wayside in round 1.
Reaction times were almost identical, except for one was red.
All right, Scott Christensen, 5-liter Mustang, and Kenny Olight O'Keefe. Hard to imagine that Olight O'Keefe is in the top 5 in 2 different classes here at Pacific Raceway. They're really not that hard to believe. Kenny O'Keefe's a good racer. 3-time division champ. I just like harassing him because actually, I'm about an inch tall.
Kenny O'Keefe coming back for another round. He had reaction time advantage, goes 12:29 on a 12:24 dial.
All right, Cornwell Tools Juniors, round 1. Please come this way. Cornwell Tools Juniors, we need you now, please. Brianna Robinson was on the brakes early and she still broke out. Braden West is moving on. Once again, Cornwell Tools Juniors, hustle up. We need you now, please. Cornwell Tools Juniors, let's go. Tim Rohde and Aaron Terry. Aaron in the 73 Corvette. Tim in the 1975 Dodge Dart. It's the Dart, 1289 on the 86 dial, 029 reaction time, winning combination for Tim Rohde to come back around for round number 2 at Car Club. Once again, Cornwell Tools Juniors, we do need you, please. Cornwell Tools Juniors, please report to staging.
With dial-ins.
Well, that too, yeah. It's first round, by the way.
Here comes my buddy Larry DeCamp in that beautiful 69 Camaro over in the right lane, taking on Kevin Roy.
Well, Kevin Roy broke out.
Larry DeCamp coming back for another round. Cuts an 09 on the starting line. Goes 12:32 on a 12:28 dial.
So test and tune drivers, we need you back to the lanes too, please. Test and tune. And Cornwell Tools Juniors, we need you back to the lanes. Test and tune and Cornwell Tools Juniors, we need you, please. Double break out of the finish line, and Logan Esquerdo defeats Ben White. That SS Holden, gone.
Got a single, odd number of cars in the class, and we do have a single run. That would be David Collins. Single run cuts an 08 reaction time. He's dialed at 12:12. On the single, he goes 12:05.
Test and tune. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune drivers. Lanes 1 and 2. By the way, West Coast Grudge, your next opportunity is at 9 o'clock.
Oh, and by the way, I'd like to see taillights on each and every car.
Again, I appreciate the prompt arrival of the Cornwell Tools Juniors teams. We called you a couple times and you came as quickly as you could, and I appreciate that.
Hey, we're talking about juniors. They're Johnny on the spot.
So final call, Cornwell Tools Junior. We're also looking for test and tune to lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, the test and tune folks are rolling in now to lanes 1 and 2. That's also good. As Ray said, want to have at least one operational taillight on the rear of your car from this point forward, please. Interest of safety, we want to make sure the people on track can locate the car on the racetrack as night falls on Pacific Raceway. So it's a safety issue. Want to make sure we can see it.
So it looks like we're back to Testington. Got a pair of Camaros on the starting line. Not the same year, but the same color. reaction time. Both reaction times on the Tardy side, but the better reaction time is on the Tower side. And first to the finish line as well with a 1360, 109. Right-hand lane goes 1462, 97. Okay, another test and tune car. Looks like maybe 64, 65 Mustang over in the right lane. Mustang goes 1291 at 106 miles an hour. So the single gone down the track goes 1249, 113 miles an hour. So this is first round, junior dragster. Jazzy Bean, Tower Side, dialed 799. Benjamin Fuller over the other lane, 795. Oh, almost heads up race.
Jazzy B, the K&D Auto Works Jr., and Benjamin Fuller. Another kid we'd like to meet because we need to know whether he prefers Ben or Benjamin. My guess is, if he's anything like me, I prefer Steve or Stevie, Steven. Okay? Might be the same for Ben. I knew my mom was mad when she used my full name. If she used both of my middle names and my full first name, I knew I was even more trouble than if she used my full first name, both middle names, and my last name. I was unrestricted. Yeah, that's how it pretty much went.
And I can, well, I'm not even going to announce it, but I know one time you were on restriction.
Oh, God. The high school drags.
That was it. Burner tires to nothing.
There's the right rear one.
Well, the advantage goes to Ben. Ben takes it with an 09 reaction time. Gets an 09 with a 0. Dials 795, runs 799 for the win. Jazzy Bean breaks out at the top end. Here comes Cole Dickoff. And David Jackson. Jackson dialed 809. Dickoff dialed 796.
Now, I'm going to venture out on a guess here. That Cole Dickoff and David Jackson have never raced each other until tonight.
I think that's a good guess.
Although, I don't know. Maybe Cole Dickoff and David Jackson raced at the Western Conference Junior.
I was just thinking that.
I mean, it's possible.
Didn't Cole win that race?
Yes, sir. 796 to dial for Cole. 806 to dial for David. David gets the head start, but here comes Cole Dickoff.
Win goes to Cole. Cole runs 805 for the win. Had a much better reaction time on the starting line. Cuts an 06.
So David Jackson goes down in round one. Cole Dickoff moves to round number 2 of Cornwall Coolest Junior competition. And that brings up our next pair. Dustin Ridge and Abigail Cole. Abigail dials 1143 and will have the head start over Dustin Ridge. The matchup between, geographically speaking, Kent versus Auburn. Kind of like the high school drag. Kent Lake versus Auburn High School, or something like that.
How about Graham?
Yeah, Graham didn't have a high school until about 7 years ago. Now it's a thriving metropolis because we got a Dutch Brothers Coffee, a Jack in the Box, and a Burger King.
Oh, you're on the map now.
And we're less than 5 minutes from East Walmart Superstore.
Well, one of these drivers has a reaction time advantage and outbeat the guy with the win light. Dustin Ridge has an 04 in a starting line. At the finish line, he goes 804 and an 8 flat dial. Brings up Jasper Webster Tower side. Jasper out of Covington. And Coda Tobel out of Ravensdale in the right lane.
All right, test and tune. Come back around lanes 1 and 2, please. Test and tune. We need you to come back around. Lanes 1 and 2 are open and available for you. Just a heads up to the West Coast Grudge competitors, it's 8:40, so we're about approximately 20 minutes away from your next opportunity down this racetrack. I say approximately because in the world we live in, you just don't know what can happen.
Besides that, you don't wear a watch.
Well, there is that. Don't worry, I got an accurate cell phone, it's fine. Jasper Webster Coda Tobel. Winner at the 8th mile, Coda Tobel. 9:16 on the 891, good for the win. So Coda advances, Jasper Webster is out. All right, Sahara went in the purple car.
Tower side, that would be Natalie Erickson out of Mercer Island.
Sahara doesn't know I'm going to say this, but her nickname is Sausage.
You got a lot of guts. You got to come up
It
here
has
and knock the
something
door
to do
down.
with McDonald's and a sausage McMuffin.
They don't have McDonald's over in Sealer, do they?
Well, they do in Yakima. I mean, I don't know. Sealand might be a thriving metropolis and have 2 McDonald's for all we know. You know, it's got a lot of fruit stands, just saying.
I used to love going over to Yakima to race. That was a fun place.
I still like going over to Yakima. I just don't get to do it that often.
Win light comes on for Erickson, Tower side, 794. On that 790 dial-in. Reaction time advantage also goes to Erickson. 09 with a 9.
All right, Car Club. You can now report the staging from round 2. Car Club, round 2. Let's go.
So
We're going to do our best to fit Car Club in before West Coast Grudge. And what I'd like to see, I don't know if we can time this right, but it'd be cool if at like 9 o'clock sharp, West Coast Grudge was ready to go. By the way, West Coast Grudge, we're about 10 minutes away from calling you.
Well, Tower side takes the win. Hayden Mons takes the win with a 799 on that 792 dial.
The lovely and talented Katie Proud, at 12 years old, will most likely race in Junior Lightning next year. She takes on Kimberly Grost. Now 890 to dial for Kimberly, 912 for KT. Let's see what happens here. I used to be able to say little Katie Proud, but now she's taller than me, so that doesn't work anymore.
What about Ian Piaf?
Oh yeah,
He's pushing 7 foot.
God, I swear. Wow, this one's going to be a dandy. They are separated by a mere 9 thousandths in reaction time. Top end, it's a double breakout. And how about KT going to round number 3? Maybe it's round number 2.
I think it's round number 2.
You're right. I got excited there. Sorry. It happened.
Just be safe, say round number next.
Once again, looking for Car Club Challenge. Back to the lanes, please. Car Club. Let's go.
I'm going to try to squeeze you in before the next round of the Grudge guys.
West Coast Grudge, yeah.
That's when Tim's going to take over on the mic.
Yeah, and I'm going to leave again.
Did I say something bad?
No.
Oh,
but
good.
when Tim takes the mic, I leave. That's how it works. That's what I was told to do. I'm just following directions.
Look at the ground effects on this junior dragster out here. I like that. All that red light showing down on the ground.
You never seen that before, Red?
Oh yeah, but I'm just pointing it out because I like it.
Sidney Loshik and Zach Minor. Minor absolutely destroyed the Christmas tree with a nearly perfect 001 reaction time, but then promptly broke out by 4 stinking thousandths to allow Sidney Loshik to advance to round number 2. Wow. All right, Rayleigh Higgins, the Hello Kitty 3, and Cole Fricky from West Richland, Washington. Final call for Car Club Challenge. Final call, Car Club Challenge. We need you now in the staging lanes. Lanes 4, 5, and 6. Final call, Car Club. Lanes 4, 5, and 6, please. So just a heads up to the West Coast Grudge group. We'll be calling you shortly so that you can be on track at 9 p.m. So stand by, get your stuff ready. I'll be calling you shortly.
That last pair down, Cole Frisk takes the win with an 801 on a 790 dial. Reaction time advantage by a slight margin also goes to the winner. Esquerdo.
E-square-do.
Isn't that what I said?
No. Kind of close, sort of.
Oh, I almost forgot. It's Dawson Ridge here on the tower side.
You know what you could do? Okay. You can just call her Emma E. To the 8th mile, win light to Dawson Ridge. The former division champ, 922 on the 920 dial, 084 reaction time. Good for the win. All right, here we go. Car Club coming at you next. This is round number 2, I believe. All right, Michael Cox in his Camaro, and Tim Rohde in his Dart. Dart dials 1284, Mike's Camaro 1309. Head start, Mike's Camaro. That's the white car, Cornwall Tool Society racetrack. All right, win light to Michael Cox, the Camaro. advances to round number, as Ray would say, next, but I think it's round number 3.
I think you're right.
All right, Kenny Olight O'Keefe. The car he likes to call Phoenix. 1969 Chevy Malibu. And David Collins, late model Dodge Charger. The uber talented Kenny Olight O'Keefe, multi-time Division 6 champ, an all-around good dude, trying to get her done for the short guys. And he does. 12:25, 101 for speed. Olight O'Keefe once again on a roll. Headed to round number 3. All right, next you've got Scott Loosely, that cool Mercury Cougar with the sequential taillight, alongside Rick Hetherington from Tacoma in the Corvette.
And Scott, you did have a perfect light, and we owe you a perfect light award. You have not collected yet.
West Coast Grudge. West Coast Grudge small tire to the front of lanes 4 and 5, big tire to the back of lanes 4 and 5. Once again, West Coast Grudge. Small tire to the front of lanes 4 and 5, big tire stay at the back of lanes 4 and 5.
Let's see if I can figure this out. The small tire guy should come first, right?
That's correct. Sharp as a tack, even if it was rusty. All right, Brent Brown and Ken Nyland. Nyland's Camaro taking on Brown. It is Nyland, his Camaro. 1143 on the 34 dial. Good for the win. Again, looking for West Coast Grudge. Small tire to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Big tire to the back of lanes 4 and 5.
Bryden West over in the right lane. He's dialed 1214. Tower side's Larry DeCamp with a 1228 dial. So, let's figure this out. The Pontiac leaves the starting line first. Larry DeCamp has to catch him.
Once again, looking for West Coast Grudge. Small tire to the front of 4 and 5. Big tire to the back of 4 and 5 as Larry DeCamp breaks out after cutting a 009 reaction time. He breaks out at the finish line by 4 thousandths and gives the win to Braden West, the points leader. All right, young Logan E. Squardo from Orning in the Camaro and Sean Langley in his Mustang. Uh-oh.
Oh, red light by Logan.
Logan, you're killing me. Again, we are looking for West Coast Grudge. Small tire to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Big tire to the back of lanes 4 and 5. All right, we go to test and tune briefly as we await the arrival of West Coast Grudge. I don't even know if my dream can be realized. I was hoping that we'd have West Coast Grudge on the track promptly at 9 o'clock. We got less than 10 minutes till 9, and I don't see any West Coast Grudge in lanes 4 and 5, unless I'm blind, which is possible.
I think what Stevie's saying is, please come on down.
I like that uniquely painted Mustang. He's always right at the front of the line. Nice work.
I'm not sure that's a factory color.
May not be a factory color, but I like it. Of course, I'm kind of partial to late model Mustangs since I own one. Just saying. You know, I almost feel like the guy in that uniquely colored Mustang might be the ringleader of small tire. Where he shows up first, they all follow. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's cool. But he moves, we all move. We'll do a little work on the racetrack following the final pair in the test and tune section of the program, as both drivers promptly go red in their respective pickup trucks. Come to think about it, both of them were red too. Trucks, I mean. Not bad. 10:32 on the Cornwell Tool side at 129. 11:87 over here Tower side on the NC Cat Machinery side of things. I love it when a plan comes together. It appears that all of the small tire West Coast Grudge, I don't know what the right term for this, West Coast Grudge people. It almost sounds like some sort of a following thing. So the small tire folks, or people, appear to be here. Big tire should be at the back of lanes 4 and 5, or at least that was the plan. You know what that means. Once the track prep is done, I'm out. And Tim's in.
It's Tim's time to shine.
All right. With the traction compound neatly applied.
A new sprayer.
Yeah, with a nice new sprayer, Ray might add.
Makes a wider path.
All good. Anytime you can lay a fine spray of trick traction compound, I'm a fan. And believe me, I've been watching this small tire West Coast Grudge thing. Sure fun to watch, but man, that's a lot of horsepower to try and harness on a little narrow tire. It's fun to watch though.
It's also a lot of horsepower to put down on the ground with a big tire.
Yeah, but when you got like a 10-inch wide tire, approximately, and you got 2,000 horsepower, it's a game. And you just hope it's not target practice, because bad stuff happens. No good news. I might be able to realize my dream. Remember I told you I wanted to be running West Coast Grudge promptly at 9 p.m.?
You had 2.5 minutes.
I will be close. That's what I'm saying. It may not be 9 o'clock on the dot, but we'll be mighty close. So I appreciate the prompt arrival of the West Coast Grudge group, gang, people, clan, family. I'm trying to think, there's many words as I can describe it. Anyway, I appreciate you guys and gals showing up in a timely manner. I was trying to get it to be promptly 9 o'clock. We'd be running cars. We're close.
And at that time, Ray and Stevie are going to shut up and turn it over to Tim.
Exit stage left. Here I go. So I can't say this because Tim and Ray brought this up and we're just discussing, noticing that Jeremy and the on-track crew are spending a little extra time applying trick traction compound, an extra rotation, if you will. That's good news for all the small tire folks, because we want to help them put down some representative and maybe even record runs would be awesome. I'm really having a good time watching these guys. I'm not saying I want to try it, but it's fun to watch. One thing I haven't done, I don't have any West Coast Grudge. That's a problem. I got to report to the West Coast Grudge trailer. Yeah, I know. I just have to get over it. Dude, I've been wanting a West Coast Grudge sweatshirt for ever since West Coast Grudge was West Coast Grudge, but I never seem to time it right where they're running and I'm here. The exception is tonight. Man, check it out. In a perfect world, we want to run West Coast Grudge at 9 p.m. Guess what time it is, people? 9 p.m. So without further ado, here's the man of West Coast Grudge fame. Tim, I don't know your last name.
I go by TPQ. It makes it super easy. There isn't many of those out there, but I tell you what, Hats off to the West Coast Grudge Small Tire Group out here just stacking up, ready to roll. They're already lined up all in the back, and I see big tires stacked up at the backside as well. We're getting ready to kick this off, so we're qualifying now. Yes, small tire, 275, trying to get that thing hooked up on the track is a massive handful. So not only is, you're talking cars with a bunch of horsepower that are set up with small tires. Now, small tires isn't a detriment. It kind of boils down to also driver. So it's, obviously you try to have the most amount of traction as possible, but this is kind of like, it puts an evening factor on everybody here. Here we go. We got a pair of Mustangs. Here. Joe Waffle coming out of Snohomish. In that kind of tangerine colored Mustang in the left lane, 2011 Mustang. And the Fox body Mustang in the right lane. So it's about getting hooked up. We know that Mustang is fast in the left lane. Getting them staged up. Instant green. Here we go. Taking the win in the left lane. Joe moving on. Please make sure you're lined up in lanes 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Make sure you are lined up, your West Coast Grudge, in lanes 4 and 5. Adam Covert in the left lane out of Oakville, Washington. That's Plymouth. Oh boy, Barry Hobson. And that 666 Mustang. But breaking out with a red light on the right lane. Pair of Mustangs again getting lined up here on our small tire West Coast Grudge. Looks like left lane, Caden King. What? Bill O'Brien in the right lane out of Granite Falls in that 79 Malibu. Mob 275. That's what we're going off after right now. Of course, lanes 4 and 5. Lanes 4 and 5. We need to have our big tire cars. Just getting our sensors dialed in up here at the start line. Down by the burnout box, I see my big buddy down there, Chris Young. Looks like we're getting our sensors all fired back up again. We're going to be rolling here again. We want to thank, of course, Binford Metals. Binford Metals, the title sponsor for West Coast Grudge. Looks like we're going to roll them back into the burnout, into the water box and get them burned out again. Remember, these guys are on 275 rear tires, so they need to have as much traction as possible. Racers, it's very important now that the sun has gone down that you have a taillight or taillights on your race car heading down the track. Okay, staging up. Oh, there's the lights on the Nova in the left lane. That is scary. Is he going forward or backwards? Oh, instant green on. Both lead very quickly. Left lane turning on the lights. Taking the win out of the left lane. Corey Thompson out of Milwaukee, Oregon, in that 67 Chevelle. Kenny McPherson coming out of Olympia in that 63 Nova. Both of them strapped with chutes. This should be a good time. Remember, you get staging lights, both sets of staging lights, and then it goes instant green. Taking the win in the left lane, Corey Thompson. Corey Thompson taking the win in the left lane. Dan Whelan out of Stanwood in that S10 pickup. Jerry Shetler out of Castle Rock in that 88 Mustang. That Smurf blue color. Juniors, have your ears on. We're going to be calling you here in just a bit. Juniors, just make sure you have your ears on to get ready to get ready. So make sure we're going to have you lining up here in the back of the lanes, not right away, but here shortly. More West Coast Grudge qualifying happening now on the Mob 275. Mustang in the right lane by KJ. Blew the tires off last time. Now we're into qualifying. Hopefully they got that all figured out. Loading up that turbos. Here we go. Instant green. Big wheelie coming out of the right lane, but sleeping on the line. Looks like they have that traction dialed in with that big old wheelie straight up on the bars. And the light show behind the underbody hitting the ground. They're going to go out and inspect the track, make sure there's no big divots out of it. Crew here at Pacific Raceway said, yep, they're all good, they're solid. So they like to run out there and make sure there's not a big chunk hole missing from dropping the front end. Coming down that hard. KJ throwing a big wheelie at it. Got the traction figured out. Just got to do his reaction time a little bit quicker. Box body Mustang left lane. Loading up those turbos here. Green light. Ooh, big reaction time on the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane taking the win. Doing a single run in the right lane. Still running our small tire. I love how the flames shoot out of the side of the car going down the strip at night. That Mustang sounds angry. Another Fox body Mustang in that right lane. Gonna do a single run. Brian Hayward out of Marysville. Mustang running up in the right lane. Fox body Mustang in the right lane. Hopefully they got their traction figured out. I'm hearing from the crew down on the track saying that solid run, saying that the track is in wonderful condition right now, so this is going to lead to some very quick times, especially coming out of these big tire cars. Very surprising too to watch the Mob 275 guys standing these things up on the rear end with those small tires. Stevie, we were talking about that special sauce they lay down over the top, and I was like, wait a minute, there's a third pass that the crew just made. What was that all about? He goes, I just heard over the radio that there was 25 gallons worth dropped just before the small tire went out. Hence, we saw some wheelies coming off the line. So anyway, what they're doing is running over to the sprayer. He's gonna do a little prep again right before the big tire. Gonna put a little haze on it. Sprayer's going to head back out on the track. We're going to throw a slight haze down. And then we're going to bring out our big tires. So on our big tires also, we're only running eighth mile, instant green and eighth mile. Of course, Binford Metals, our title sponsor for West Coast Grudge.
Got a little downtown. I'm going to tell you a little story. This afternoon, my wife and I went to a Chinese restaurant in Bellevue. We've been there before. We go about once a month or every 2 months, whatever. Same restaurant, same waitress. I ordered the same thing. And it's always a little spicy. So I ordered it today. She says, you know, it's going to be on the spicy side. I said, yeah, that's fine. Wrong answer.
Light you up like a
It
Christmas
was
tree.
not spicy. It was hot. But I enjoyed it. I ate it and smiled and says, thank you very much.
Are you starting to pay for it now?
No, not yet. Maybe in the morning.
I'm sure of it. Our hazing has been done. So big tire, please make your way to your cars. Big tires, we're gonna make this thing happen right now. Make sure you're in your car, ready to go. Crew, let's get those cars up to the water box. Here we go. We're going off with some big tires, kicking it up here for our West Coast Grudge. Throwing them up into the boxes. Getting staged up at the tree. Here we go. Kicking off the big tire qualifiers. brake and tires loose both lanes. Uh-oh, I... Looks like we got a couple broken parts out of that right lane. Track crew doing a little bit of a walk, making sure they collect the items, because having those items jump up into tires is bad juju. Got word we're clear on top. We're gonna run ourselves some more big tire cars. Gotta hand it to this Pacific Raceways crew, jumping down there, grabbing stuff immediately to make sure we keep staying on track.
Juniors, come on down. We're looking for you. Round number next.
Juniors to the lanes. Juniors to the lanes.
Okay, junior dragsters, looking for you in the safety lanes, please.
More big tire cars getting ready to take off. Waiting for our staging. Here we go. Here we go. Get ready to cut off. Oh, blew the tires off in the right lane. Left lane stuck. Looks like the wind's going to the left lane. Track crew running down and check them out, make sure everything's going to be okay. Heard about a little bit of a hot spot on one of them. Sounds like we're all solid up on the top end. Everybody's going to be back up and running here in just a second. I want to thank Binford Metals, of course, for being our title sponsor. Looks like crisis averted. It's a little bit of flash up, maybe some leftover fuel somewhere. And we're cooled back down. Top end of the track is all solid. Getting ready to send off another big tire crew. Staging up. Double bubbles. Great traction coming out of the right lane, getting stood up. Left lane, not able to stick it to the ground. Another pair of big tires coming up now. Convertible Camaro, I really like that. Man, that is a great looking car. It's just funny, I was wondering about how many convertibles do you see that are out here running that fast? Couple more big tires. This is their last run of the evening. So they're going to be going back to the trailer, checking over things, getting all set for tomorrow, because that's when West Coast Grudge is coming back out. We will see everyone out here tomorrow. Camaro absolutely igniting the rear tires. Not able to get her stuck. Left lane absolutely on fire. One last hit this evening for Big Tire in the right lane. Our last hit for Big Tire coming up right now. And then we'll be back at it again tomorrow. Staging up right now. Oh, had to pedal it some, so you saw that thing hunker down. It bit some and then broke free. Had a rear end squiggle, had to pedal it and get back into it. So that's what they're going to run into tomorrow. The track conditions are going to be different because it's not going to be as hot tomorrow as it was today. Let's let's hope. So everybody, please stay hydrated because we want to see you back here tomorrow running around, throwing your hands up in the air, being all excited about drag racing at Pacific Raceways.
Hey, Stevie, look what I see. I see junior dragsters on the track. Cole Dickoff to our side. He's dialed 798. Ben Fowler over in the right lane. He's dialed 795. Boy, that's almost heads up.
We need the next round of Car Club back to staging, please. Next round of Car Club. We need you back, and we need you quickly, please. Next round of Car Club. Let's go. All right, who's going to the quarterfinal round? It's going to be Ben Fuller or Cole Dickoff. Head start in the matchup by 0.03 of a second. We'll go to Cole Dickoff in the tower lane on the NC Cat Machinery side of your racetrack. Well, that's unfortunate. Cole Dickoff and Ben Fuller got the West Coast Grudge tree, the instant green. So they went on green. So Cole Dickoff and Ben Fuller will be back as that'll be a rerun situation for sure. All right, Cole Fricky and Dustin Ridge. And Cole goes red, and we're talking an 059 red light. Automatic win, Dustin Ridge, the former division champ, goes to the next round, which will be the quarterfinals in the Junior Gambler. Here's Hayden Montez, Fossil, Oregon, and Natalie Erickson, Mercer Island, Washington. Two 12-year-olds going after it. Head starting to match up by 200ths of a second. We'll go to Hayden Montez, dialed 792 compared to Natalie's 790 dial. So fairly close matchup right here based on dial-in. Both of them are 12 years old. One from the state of Oregon, that would be Hayden Montez, and one from Mercer Island. That would be Natalie Erickson. Well, a tough break for Hayden Montez. Had the reaction time advantage, but I think the car broke. So Natalie Erickson will take it and go to round number next, which I think will be round 3. But heck, I don't know. It could have been it could be round 4. I've, to be honest, lost track here. Just a heads up to Car Club. We have to finish Car Club and Junior. So Car Club drivers, if you win, just come back to staging. Attention, Car Club drivers, if you win this round, just come back to staging. So once again, car club drivers, if you win this round, just come back to the staging lanes. Don't wait for us to call you. If you win this round, just come back. So KT Froud, at 12 years old, actually lives in Roy now, not in Spanaway. Ask me how I know. Alongside Emma.
He squared up.
Well done, Raymond. E squared O. Well, way to go. So Emma dials in 1164. She'll obviously have a sizable lead over Katie Proud. 910 dial. And a red light for KT. As Emma E. Squardo will go to the next round, which I do believe is the quarterfinals. Sydney Loshik and Coda Tobel. Sydney dials in 948. The NC Cat Machinery side of your racetrack. She's 12 years old from Buckley. She'll challenge Coda Tobel. Ravensdale, Washington. Coda dials 891 and will have to be second off the starting line. If he's not, he'll be red.
My favorite thing in Buckley is Wally's hamburger joint.
You know what they're famous for though?
What's that?
Fish and chips.
Yeah, well, they have real fish and chips. Wally's fish and chips over in Des Moines.
Oh, they do?
Really, really good.
All right. Sydney Loshik moves on. Unfortunately, Coda Tobel was red. That will complete Cornwell Tools Juniors for the moment. Down to the quarterfinal round. Up next will be the next round at Car Club.
Looking for test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Test and tune, come on down. Test and tune to lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune to lanes 1 and 2.
All right, so Kenny Olide O'Keefe, currently third in the points in Car Club. Rolls up and will get a single. Once again, looking for test and tune. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, test and tune. Lanes 1 and 2, please.
And look at Kenny on a single run, goes 008. Red. Dials at 1224, goes to 1219 on a single. Looks like we have a Mustang here making another single. That would be Sean Langley. He's dialed 1282. Oh, nice light on a single, cuts an 019. Stops the clock with 1284 and a 1282 dial. He's ready.
So Kenny O'Keefe and Sean Langley both get singles to advance to the semifinals. That sets up our first pair in this round in a matchup between Ken Nyland and Braden West. Braden West, of course, is leading the points in Car Club. Dials in 1216, while Ken Nyland in the Camaro dials 1134. It is Braden West. All right, juniors, when you are able, we need you back, please.
So Michael Cox, he takes the win light with a 1312 on a 1309 dial-in. Better reaction time went to Scott Loosely, but he breaks out at the top end.
And he broke out big. The Cougar was dialed 1094, and he broke out with a 1087.
It is getting cooler.
I don't know if this pair of pickups were friends before we started tonight, but they'll probably be friends after tonight because literally they've raced each other every time. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
I'm guessing they're still going to be friends after tonight.
No, I know. That's what I mean. If they weren't friends coming into tonight, by the time the night is over, they should be, because they've literally raced each other every time.
I'm thinking the pickup truck's going to win.
Yeah, the question is which one.
I'm going to say the older one. 1024, 128 miles an hour, tower side. 1175 at 113 out of the right-hand lane. Okay, here comes Cole Dickoff, tower side. He's dialed 798. Then Fuller over in the right lane, dialed 795. Heads up, almost. 300ths of a second away from heads up. Pair of green lights. Wow. 2,000ths apart.
How'd you like to be 005 and be second off the starting line?
But he gets the win line.
Yeah, Benjamin Fuller was 005 in reaction time, runs 8 flat on his 795 to win it. Wasn't like Cole Dickoff wasn't ready and trying. He was even better in the reaction time department at 003, but broke out at the finish line, 794 on the 798 dial. right, Katie Froud, Emma E. Squardo. All right, test and tune. We need you back in lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune. Back to lanes 1 and 2. Round 3, Cornwell Tools Juniors. We need you as well. So Katie Froud goes on to the next round. Will be round 3 of Cornwell Tools Juniors. Once again, test and tune lanes 1 and 2 in round 3 of Cornwell Tools Juniors. We need you, please. This is the next round of Car Club, and I believe it to be the semifinals of Car Club, in fact. So Kenny Olight O'Keefe takes on Sean Langley in the Mustang. 1217 the dial for Olight O'Keefe in the Chevelle. 1283 the dial for Langley in the Mustang. So a substantial head start for Sean Langley on the Cornwell Tools side of your racetrack. Double break out of the finish line. Sean Langley knocks out Olight O'Keefe in the battle between the number 9 and number 3 players in the Points in Car Club. Number 9, Sean Langley, moves on and will go to the final to race one of these two.
That was also a whole shot win.
That would be correct, sir.
Michael Cox, Tower Side, dialed 1311. Bryden West dialed 1214 in the right lane, and they both red light. The win goes to Cox, who red lights but the least amount. So Cox coming back for the final round.
Wow, shockingly, in the semis, the points leader gets knocked out. Again, we are looking for round 3 of Cornwell Tools Juniors, please. Round 3, Cornwell Tools Juniors. Sydney Loshik getting the single run to the 8th mile, 9:54 and 67 miles an hour with a nice 0:31 reaction time. So Sid will go to the final to race one of these two. Or no, this is only the quarters, isn't it? What am I getting ahead of myself here?
This is Thunder.
No, this is just juniors. They're all into one.
Oh, I see. I got it. And Tower side, it's Benjamin Fuller. He's out of Marysville. He's dialed 795. Well, here's another one of those close dial-ins. Justin Ridge dialed 798. Just 3,000's difference, or 300's difference.
So win to Benjamin Fuller. 798 on his 95 dials. Unfortunately, Dustin Ridge broke out. He was in fact dialed 798 and broke out by 5,000.
But reaction time went to Benjamin.
So Sidney Holoshik and Benjamin Fuller are headed to the semifinals. Up next, Katie Froud and Natalie Erickson, two young ladies, one from Roy, Washington, and the other from Mercer Island. So Katie dials 908. Natalie Erickson 790.
That's a bigger difference in dial-ins, yeah. I was going to say reaction time, but that was wrong.
Who's going to the semis? All right, KT Proud, 9:15 on the 908, good for the win on the strength of an 0:24 reaction time advantage. Miss Katie is headed to the semifinals. Up next is the final round in the Car Club Challenge. And fittingly, it is Ford versus Chevrolet, Mustang versus Camaro.
You'll never guess which one I'm rooting for.
Oh, yes, I will.
And I'm not going to say, because we're supposed to be impartial.
Yeah, so you're not even supposed to say what you just said, Ray.
But I didn't really let it know.
The simple fact that you have a favorite is letting them know. It's all good.
So Michael Cox, Tower side. Sean Langley over in the right lane. Driving a Mustang, Tower side, Chevy Camaro. Dialed 13:16. To Langley's faster time, 12:75. And again, Car Club final happening right now under the lights at Pacific Raceways.
We're down to the semifinals in Cornwell Tools Junior. As soon as the junior team can get back around, just come on up here whenever you're ready.
Well, we have a winner due to a 1,000th red light by Michael Cox. Sean Langley takes the win tonight in the Car Club Challenge. So congratulations to Sean Langley.
And he should make a big move up from the number 9 spot on the strength of a win tonight. All right, if there are anybody that wants to be intestine to, anybody left, come on back. As I mentioned, we're down to the semis in the junior program, presented by Cornwell Tools. As soon as you semifinalists are ready, just come back to the staging lanes.
So juniors, we're looking for you on the staging ring, please. Juniors, come on down. Semi-final.
All right, we're down to the semifinal round in Cornwell Tools Juniors. All right, Benjamin Fuller is going to get the single, and with it, the automatic advancement to the final. He dials 795 on the Cornwell Tools side of the racetrack. Let's see how he does. $793 on the 795. So Ben goes to the final to race one of these two. Katie Froud or Sydney Lotion. Who's going to the final round? At the 8th mile strike, the win goes to Katie Froud. So Katie is final round bound.
I hear yelling down there. Somebody's happy.
Well, Katie brings with her her own cheering section.
I can hear it all the way up here. So I just been told we're looking for juniors. Final round juniors to the staging lanes, please. I'm told if you're not staged 5 minutes to 11, you're splitting the pot. So come on down. Final round, junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Let me say that one more time so maybe you can understand it better. If you're not staged by 5 minutes to 11, you're splitting the pot. That's only 5 minutes away. So it would be a great idea if you start heading this way. Oh, junior finals coming up. I hear motors running. This is going to be the last pair of cars down the track tonight. So here we go. Katie Frow, Tower Side. This is the final round. Katie dialed 908. Benjamin Fowler over in her right-hand lane out of Marysville dialed 793. Again, final round. This is happening right now. Marysville versus Spanaway. So Katie getting a head start. Benjamin has to do the catch-up. .793 to a 908 dial. Is it going to be Spanaway or is it going to be Marysville? We will know very shortly. So Katie goes red. The winner, Benjamin Fowler, out of Marysville, takes the win. So congratulations to Benjamin tonight. Winning time 794 on a 793 dial. So thanks for coming. I'm going to say goodnight before the curfew hits. Good night.